We're picking up where we left off with whatever this game is, Vintage Story. We're going to be picking up on our save. Now, this save, the things we got done last time is we actually finished building the greenhouse. We've actually got some crops in there, even though I may have planted a few of the crops slightly early, that they're getting slightly stunted by cold because, you know, first time playing and all that. You had to do a manual shout out after all? Oh, oh, is Firebot not responding? Here, let me give Firebot a kick. Hey, Rachel, how's it going? So, chat, I can see nothing you're saying for probably 30 seconds to a minute because my normal UI, I have an OBS crashed. And the Firebot is where I'm seeing like my backup of chat. Grab those bronze bars. Oh yeah, 35 bronze bars. I feel completely lost without being able to see any of the chat stuff. Right. So where we left off is I got the greenhouse built. So we go down just over here. We've got this going, as you can see, the +5C from the greenhouse, and that's showing the growing phases. We unfortunately did stunt the growth of our parsnips, and I believe it was carrots, because I thought the temperatures were better than they were, and I hadn't quite gotten to full evening. Ah, thank goodness Firebot's back. So I'll be able to see chat again. Oh good, I don't even get to see the chat history, so I don't get to know what people were saying. Excellent. Excellent. Love to see it. Let me grab the YouTube chat so I can see it again. They just rioted. Nothing terrible. Ah, per the usual. Okay, so yeah, so we got the greenhouse up. We planted what we could. I can't really plant more until the evening temperature is warm enough to accommodate other crops. And that warm enough temperature, so... Right, we had finished with the rye seeds. They've already got a section set up for rye. Yeah, so it'd be when the coldest temperature we see at night is -10°C. Because when we only go to -10°C at night, that means the +5C, we have -5C, and -5C is the acceptable temperature for those other things. I do apparently... Oh, right. We killed a deer, and I made, like, a super-duper dense deer soup. So I've got some soup. We don't need to go down into our mines down there to look for more quartz. So the next things on our agenda is I am going to want to get... Everything is just snow. I'm going to want to get the iron happening. We did see magnetite. We got a tiny bit over here, very poor. I've got an actual okay amount over here, but I've not actually found any. We did find tons of olivine and bismuth ore, but not actually that. And I apologize, I got two musics playing on top of each other. There we go. So that's the best we found, so we probably want to head back over there. That's resin. So yeah, so it's probably heading down to that bismuthite. Yeah, my apologies, Ian. I just noticed that as well. Thank you for double checking, make sure you got it though. So let's go ahead and split this stack, do this, put two more back, grab you. While it's nighttime, we're gonna go ahead and make some bread. We're gonna start being in trouble in food here pretty soon. I don't know how much longer winter goes for. Because the other thing I might need to do is I might genuinely just need to, accept that I'm gonna have to focus on hunting Be Guys Not Smooth. Oh, those are two different tracks? It suddenly makes sense, so much more sense. Yeah, no, I started the music when we were, like, still deciding what game we were playing, and then I forgot it was there because, low-key, I've had that music going on stream so long, I have long since just, like, kind of mentally tuned it out. I do notice when, like, there's no music at all, it gets kind of... Oh, wait, I didn't do that right. Yeah, so we're just gonna put our bread into our cold oven. It'll definitely cook. That is certainly how cooking works, is you put dough into a cold area, and then it bakes by magic. Yeah, it's like, hearing the music specifically isn't needed, but not hearing it is unacceptable. Okay, so will that quickly... Actually, we'll stick around here till that burns away. We'll drop our bread in. Yeah, the bread's cool. It's a bit laborious. Alright. The baking animation is good. Yeah, no, I very much have, like, enjoyed it. It's just a bit thing. Have you made pies? I have not made pies yet. It's been one of those things I've had bread or fruit available or meat. So I will need to go and get that sorted out. So let's go check here on all of our stuff here. Got a bunch of weak tannin. Is there anything that need to go in there? No, you need to go in with the borax, which is that one. Okay. No pie, another riot incoming. Yeah, I know. I've denied people their meat pie. I'm sorry. Oh. Yeah, so what we can do is, after this one, we could drop the hoe off. I do know later, I'm definitely going to want to be able to, later I'm going to definitely want to be able to keep things going there. So for right now, I keep the mostly busted axe on me. Put those two axes away. The pickaxes I'm going to want. Okay, so I do have soil. Because I can keep working on making path and all that. To help with our getting back and forth between all these places. It's been a good way of deleting a lot of materials. It also gives me things to work on at night. Okay, so I've got one stack of soil. And a little extra. Oh, stop being scary things in my wall. Quartz, oak. Okay, so I'll need ADU. Alright, so let's get back up here. And the utter lack of music right now is throwing me off in a big way. Game, please. I need the Musax. Did they reset my setting? I think I had the music set to music frequency very often. So I'll just watch dough bake in awkward silence. I remember working a manufacturing job. They're like, hey, we don't want you having music on the floor. And they tried to have this whole thing where they're telling the staff they couldn't listen to music while they were working. That lasted for about 30 seconds. I genuinely thought they're going to have like a riot right then and there trying to pass the policy. It was basically there was just one person out of the entire leadership team who just happened to not like the staff's taste in music. Is pretty much what it came down to. And yeah, like it was not a fight worth fighting. Alright, so in the morning, what we're going to do is we are going to extend this road down, but our goal is to get actually over here. So that road's just going to keep going down that way. I don't think I'm going to make a branch off or anything like that. That's going to be way too much effort. That's the only downside is with a lot of these roads, is with the traders always being in the same place, I could certainly see taking a road down here and then branching off to that trader, since they're just there. Or if there was a teleporter or any type of point of interest that's static like that. But with stuff like, oh, here's a grid that's got decent ore, you're gonna go, like, if it's ultra high, I could see certainly leaving a thing there where I'm gonna potentially come back to that same grid a bunch of times seeking ore. But if it's just, like, decent or something like that, it's like, yeah, I'm probably gonna get a vein or two of ore out of it. And then likely I will no longer have ore there. At least not a sufficient amount to justify me having a dedicated road to it. And the material cost isn't the big problem with the roads. Alright. Put you here, and you there. Alright. Okay. It's gonna be a little bit of a weird one here. Because that's way steeper. And really works out with this. that's gonna be... it's gonna be a little bit of a trick. I should have probably dug in earlier to make that work, but... we're here now. Okay. And I'm just going to go on the hope that this is working. Okay. And I'll definitely want to go in here and, like, fill in dirt or something later. It's nothing that's high priority. But just to make it look a little less cursed. Even if we make, like, wood stilts or something. Okay. Alright, and a big part of that was just dealing with, there's like a lake down here. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Oop. That one's not frozen. Where is it? There you go. All right. Okay, so those are all those. You can turn on drop you here. Yeah, so I definitely made way too many stairs when I first set that up. Alright, that's fine. So we got this far. That's where we continue making the path. And we're looking to east by southeast to reach where we're looking for the iron. And I'm sure there's some stuff with, like, processing iron I'm missing. Like, I may not have the correct stuff for smelting and whatever. I'm also observing that, first of all, let's go ahead and turn that back into everything. So as it comes to looking for stuff here, where are you? We can do that. Let's also switch you over to checking the area. I'll do a quick survey in this spot. Because you never know when later on there'll be some type of ore you need. Ultra high limonite. But you'll have some ore you need. And that'll be like the place you find it. Okay. So that's the things I'll start working on here. Because like we talked about before, anytime I get more than, like, kind of a screen away from other places I've surveyed, we'll do a quick survey. That's fine. Alright, so 1. Because surveying like this, where I just have kind of a grid that I can check anywhere around, I think is really good for just kind of figuring stuff out really quick, being like, where can I find copper? Pull up the nodes and be like, okay, well, I was just scouting around and there's my next best area I found copper, versus looking for the copper itself. So that's... should be plenty over here. Okay, I need one more sample. We're gonna go down here. That'd be fine. Okay, so more goodies there. You don't really want to lug the dirt around, so we're just going to fill that in to look at least plausible. Okay, so we got ourselves some more ore. And more turnips. I'll never complain about getting more food. And I do see that those are berry bushes. We're totally not grabbing a bunch of random berry bushes just because those I can find a bit easier and all that. There's flax. Okay, I got another tunnel right here, so let's mark that. And I'm partially marking these in the way I am, just because when I'm running around, I can see that I have the cave icon. And it pretty much warns me being like, hey, don't just go flying across here, you might just fall into a hole. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, high limonite and poor bismuthinite, whatever it's called. It's fine. Okay, get back to running this way. Can't tell if I'm actually harvesting it or not. All right. None of that's going to help with our mining situation, but I figured I wasn't going to pass on an easy meal. Alright, so we are starting to get actually too cold. But should start to go away, because the last time I ran down this far, I ended up finding a bunch of goodies. Hey, how's it going? We got carrots. You're finding a lot of goodies, just not the goodies we're looking for. That is one thing I've been warned about this game, is if you're seeking out one thing specifically, it can be very difficult to find. But at the same time, if you're just kind of like randomly looking for stuff, you'll end up just randomly finding a bunch of stuff. You had a deer walk up to you while you were walking home once. Didn't have your glasses on, but scared each other. Oh yeah, we've had deer show up in my backyard and all that before. They're cool animals and all that. That said, the gardener side of me gets really pissed off at them because they keep eating my garden. And I've tried most of the things I legally can to get rid of them, or at least keep them to not eating my stuff. but almost all of it's like a lot of regular maintenance thing that just ends up being a big chore on top of the normal garden care. Okay, so it's over this way. And once we get underground, we shouldn't have to worry about the cold as much. We can go ahead and grab you. So I finished that one. I'll likely end up discarding the skeleton and a couple other things. Here mostly you're going through people's gardens during the winters, usually at night. They kept having prints everywhere. Very common back there because your house was on the side of the road leading straight to the forest nearby. Later they stopped showing up because big supermarket built nearby and the noise kept the animals away. Yeah. I didn't take damage for that. So, cool, I guess. Okay. Ouch. Hey, thank you so much for the raid. Oh, I can't see who it was. Thank you, and Dunks for the raid. I really do appreciate that. Sorry, I'm dealing with my setup is super broke. We had a crash earlier. But I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. I'm assuming we got the shout out. Did that actually, show up on the screen or did I miss it? It very well could be either way with any of that going on right now. Where's the second one? But I hope you had yourself a good stream and welcome in, Raiders. Well, what were we playing tonight and all that good stuff? It did not show up on screen. Yeah, well, that sucks. I think that's just going to be the reality of how the rest of the stream is. Okay. Alright, so we got quartz, so we'll mark that. And we are looking for iron. We found trace amounts of quartz. There's like 8 blocks next to it. I don't know what you mean by trace amounts of quartz. I don't buy that at all. Small amounts of quartz. Large amounts of quartz. That seems more accurate. But yeah, everyone popping in, I am Rual Storge, do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record. But we are playing some Vintage Story at this point. We're checking out Campus Life earlier, but unfortunately it did crash OBS. So a lot of things on my setup are very broken right now. And the only way to fix it would be to completely take down the stream and do all that. Nah, I just don't want to do it. So we're just dealing with scuff stream at this point. Oh yeah, there's a gear down there. so let's get out of here real quick. Enough so I can reach other things. Looks like Dunks had a Wii party? Nice! I've had a lot of fun with that. Ow! Where are you all coming from suddenly? I didn't go out here in like a very high day, did I? Medium. That's not too bad. Alright, so here's where we were carving down here before. We dug way down here. I remember bad things happen down here. Yeah, I remember real bad things happen down here. Because I had to get this low to potentially get what we're looking for. Okay, so let's turn this around. But Rual took their entire there, and now they're just over. So what I want to do is get deep enough that if we do another loop back down here, we'll be below where we were detecting before. And if I still don't find any of the iron down here, most likely what I'll probably end up doing is trying to go up higher and reorganizing, because we're getting pretty deep down here. Okay. Let's go with this. Do we detect any ore? No ore nearby. So let's scooch like 2 tiles forward. And then go right like this. And put our kitty door there. Gonna open up a little spot like this. Alright. And now I just keep mining straight forward. What are these? These are... okay, these are bronze. We'll keep mining straight forward until we get there. We'll periodically stop to bandage ourselves up. And eat soup. Start topping off my resources as best as I can before the next thing ambushes me down here. Because we are deep enough. The area we're in has no stability at all. So we will gradually have the stability get lower and lower on our character until just stuff manifests around us. And so with that, what we're going to want to do is if we start seeing that crash out we're going to want to take the time to run back up top and recover. Alright, small amounts of bismuthite. That's not what we're here for. I've got bismuthite for days, so that's cool. What we're actually here for is magnetite. Because magnetite is iron. The hope is that we get any iron to show up at all. Like, we ever see a trace of magnetite, it means a good chance with a little finagling we can figure it out and probably have ourselves a vein. So we get medium bismuthite. Why didn't you stack? Can you only stack 5 deep? No, you just chose not to stack because reasons. Yeah, so it looks like there's a proper bismuthite ore underneath here somewhere. Like a proper vein, I mean. Oh, let's pull up our map, switch you back to magnetite. Yeah, so the best one we had is over here, which is decent at 1.6%. And then the one north of here is also pretty good. And pretty much the way I've been doing this is I go down like 10 or so that way where I'm detecting from above. I either overlap or about the same. And I'm not making like a super accurate thing, but I'm going like 6, 8, 10 tiles forward, checking for ore, repeating that till I kind of hit the edge of the area. Then I turn 90 degrees, I go like 10 tiles, and then I go backtracking. So I'm trying to grid it out so I can kind of get an idea of everything, but it's not going to be absolutely thorough. Like, if you took the time to count being like, okay, I've gone 6 tiles, do the next test or whatever. Okay. More bismuthite. Let's do this real fast. Basically, each time I fill up, take a moment and stop and just drop the stack. Not really worth doing, but I'm gonna do it anyways. Okay. People mentioned that before. That I can just stack them like that. Not really worry about preserving them, but it'd help with keeping the clutter from building up. So that way when I finish the stack, I can do that. And each tile's 4, so it's 8 per tile forward. So honestly, I could kind of use those as my metric. Each time I finish a stack of those, that tells me to, you know, stop put down the next pile. We can go right here, mine for this to check for ore. Stack that. Alright, so go one more set forward, and then we start the turn back, or switch back, whatever you want to call it. Because someday I'll find us, because we're hitting andesite. So let's double check one thing. So we want magnetite, and we want to see it. Yeah, so andesite is eligible. I was just double checking that to make sure I wasn't mining in the wrong place where I would literally never get anything. Alright. And this will be as far as we go this way. And pretty soon I need to go up top because we're gonna start losing our mind here. Alright. So let's head back this way because our sanity is getting pretty bad. Or stability, or whatever they want to call it. It's the same mechanic, different names. Okay. Alright, so I might even do here. And I'll probably regret it. How easy is it for me to make a bridge or ladder? Lots of sticks. I'll just see if it'd be easier for me to just make a ladder real fast. So I'm gonna just make a straight up stairwell up this way. Things are starting to trip out a little bit because of our low stability. But I'm basically just trying to make a faster way in and out of this place. No ore nearby. This isn't part of our plan to find a new opening or anything. I should not be running around here in the dark as we're slowly losing our grip on reality. Yeah, we're starting to get the trippy walls. Got multiple enemies have spawned down there. We just need to get out. There we go. We put our kitty door behind us. Remember blanking for a fortnight? Yeah, basically what I need to do is I need to get out from underground. Hitting that cave, it's kind of good in the sense that now I have an area to explore that I might get lucky and just be able to, like, slap... Oh, we're dying because of our loss of sanity. I got startled thinking something was hitting me from behind. Just hurry. We got time. Got plenty of health. Sanity doesn't hurt very fast, and we're only underground 30 tiles. Okay. Voices in your head? Pretty much. Pretty much our character is not having a good time. We stayed underground until they started not faring very well. Making sure I'm not actually getting hit. I'm not. It's fine, don't worry about it. Well, on the plus side, this will take me straight down to that cave system. So it's still going to be faster than it was previously. You do like the sanity mechanic? Not a fan of the enemies? Yeah. I mentioned a couple of times that I'm pretty underwhelmed by the enemies, that the combat doesn't feel particularly great. Nor does it feel particularly rewarding to fight them. I don't think they're like unsalvageable or anything, but it definitely feels like of the places the game has where it's got all sorts of cool things going on, that does feel like the one place that it's the weakest. Come on, we should be getting pretty close to being high enough that our sanity starts going up versus down. Alright, come on, we're almost there. That's fine. It's fine, put the axe out. Oh, you didn't realize you're digging up? Yeah, we're trying to get out from too far underground that our sanity is suffering badly. We just have the one problem of where we're at right now. We are digging into a bauxite gravel desert area, or whatever you want to call it. We have to clean up all that when we go back down. Okay, so our sanity is climbing, as we see gears rotating out in the distance. Just gonna take us a little while to get there. Meanwhile, as full as our inventory is... Put that down. You don't think we're recovering sanity on that horizon? Alright, come on, Sandy. You are slowly recovering, but I really need you to pick up the speed of which you're slowly recovering. Yeah, so we're over 100. And it is climbing. It's nowhere near as fast as I'd like. Oh my god, please. I'm trying to avoid having to run back the whole way. I want to go back down there and keep working. Does it recover sanity? Don't know. I already drank all the soup. Oh, I don't have firewood anyways. I was gonna be like, let's make a fire and cook this meat while we wait, but I'm missing a key component of that whole strategy. And I don't have an axe on me, nor do I have sticks, so I won't worry about that. Alright, we're climbing, we're at 10%. Oh yeah, we just have an Eldritch Horror giraffe out in the distance. It's fine. Okay, so we're no longer taking sufficient damage where it's doing the whole flashing red screen thing. So while we wait, let's actually go and mark this spot here. I don't even know what I want to mark this with. It's fine. There, so I've got an entrance marked, so when we go down there later, I can figure it out. Meanwhile... see, we can't find ourselves anything else worthwhile out here. What is way over there? Seriously, what am I seeing way over? Oh, that's the moon. It's like, what is the big bright thing in the sky, chat? Oh, it's the moon. Okay, so we're no longer taking damage. Our wheel is beginning to turn the wrong way, though. Why? Okay, we're good again. Okay, now it's picking up a lot. It's picking up a lot. Like a lot. Okay. Is it when I go back over here it comes back down? So when I go over here, my stability gets much lower the closer I get to this area. Yeah, so it very dips into the lower percentages here. But if I go away from where I dug up, it climbs a lot. Huh. So that's actually making good time over here. So let's investigate. So is it strictly when I'm by the entrance there where I dug down? Or is there like a sweet spot in a bad way over here? Okay, it's hovering at 98, so it's back up to 99. Back down to 98, 97, 98, 99. 101. 96. I think genuinely it's just where we got that entrance. It could be that there's an enemy down there, that something with that enemy is screwing with the stability. Like having one of those enemies nearby has a negative effect on our sanity kind of things. One. Oh, they weren't far enough away. 2. Minuscule amounts of cinnabar. Yeah, it's going up and now it's coming back down again. So what? Oh, that's probably a survey spot, isn't it? Yeah, that's fine. All right, 25%. Yeah, so we hit our sanity pretty hard down there. How's the post-bronze situation? Going good. We're trying to find iron. And so far we've got an area that it can show up on that's like detected as having a decent amount in the area, but we haven't actually located the iron itself. So we're just kind of running around, scrambling, trying to find that at the moment. We were down there working on that when our sanity started to really cave, so we had to get back out. Come back for another round once our sanity's in a little bit better shape. Because we had where like the walls started getting all trippy and everything. Alright, we're starting to get too cold. Okay, we got another entrance over here. Alright. Let's mark that. Well, this game looks like Minecraft? Thank you to follow. Welcome to stream. Once upon a time, it started out in its infancy as a Minecraft mod. But then as they wanted to keep expanding and expanding and expanding, eventually the Minecraft engine started kind of really holding them back. So they made their own separate game. So this is Vintage Story. It's basically if Minecraft was sweaty and tryhard. That like everything in the game, from like even making a pickaxe, your very first pickaxe in the game, is a very involved and elaborate process that involves napping and making a charcoal pit to smolder the charcoal and all that, and then having to go and make molds out of clay to pour the molten metal into and everything. So it's got an incredible amount of depth. Alright. Man, I wish our sanity was a bit higher. Alright, so we're starting to shiver, so I'm going to go back in here to where we were digging there. So we're out of the cold and back into crashing our sanity. I'm occasionally going to chip at the wall. See if we can't find any ore nearby. Oh yeah, and like finding ore in the game, it's not just like Minecraft where you just quickly pop in and you just dig around and you'll get it. You kind of have to take the time. Why is your sanity going down? It's a thing that happens as you get deeper underground. Your sanity will slowly climb down. And then there's other things that can impact it as well. But in my case, we're digging way down in here. And it gets dodgy down here. There's all the gravel that caved in when we were digging up and out. And there's the little kitty door we put in to protect ourselves. Alright. No ore nearby. Is that anything you can do to build, or do you have to keep going underground for a while? You can build stuff. In the moment right now, I'm seeking out ore, and that ore only happens pretty deep underground. So we're here looking for something in this area. Okay, so no ore nearby there. No ore nearby here. So I'm just kind of following the tunnel, just chipping away at occasional walls. Seeing if I get any hits. I like how it's like no ore nearby, bismuth right there. It's not what I'm looking for, but there is bismuth right here. Ah, what? Hey. Back off. Okay, and we got this spot over here. No ore nearby. You first watching the channel in October, right after you pressed first pop to go live. You'd have to check the exact dates, but yeah, no, I know you've been around here for a long time. Alright, so somewhere down here, I got a whole tunnel that goes even deeper. There you are. Oh, you hit like... You hit like a brick house, man. Okay, so you got calm. Let's race back down here. Stop it. Please, 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 please. We don't need to do it like this. Okay. Yeah, so the throwing stuff attacks really don't do hardly any damage. Man, their melee attacks is no joke. Hey. That's fine, I want to go that way anyways. Stop it. You're a bully. What? Okay. So let's keep mining this way. A couple little walls to give me a little bit of time. Supposedly we're in calm. So for our spawn rates.
Who's the most handsome boy in the house?
Oh.
Who's the most handsome boy in this room?
Oh.
Who's the most handsome boy? You took off my necklace!
It was getting a little uncomfortable. You can have it. She's like, I don't want it. Hey, the crackers with cream cheese and chives are pretty baller. It's just the reality of it. Those things are genuinely a solid snack. You're no longer a handsome boy in a room since you've removed the necklace. Fact. I mean, it wasn't to begin with. But, you know. Now it's just, like, we can absolutely confirm it. Alright, so we're gonna keep going this way. Man, we are having no luck in finding iron. Like, we're in an area that has a relatively good chance of finding iron. We're just not really having the luck. Now, downside is, as you can see, my sanity is already crashing to the point I need to back out again, because those fights of those drifters really held me up, and then also we really were only at about just under 70% when we're doing there. The big question, is there another boy in the room? No. But when you're negative on the stat, like on the scale, calling yourself the most of something feels disingenuous. For the record, I actually am fairly confident as a person. But, you know, self-deprecating humor. Okay. Oh yeah, no, if I had the necklace on, I would have detected the iron by now? Probably. Yeah, we're starting to get the thing where the camera starts twitching about a little bit. So I think after we grab this set, it's back off time. Yep, the walls are starting to move on their own. Oh, that's sanity. So we're gonna probably get up here and be attacked almost immediately from either something spawning in those hallways back the way we came. Okay. And this time I think we get back. It just takes too long for that sanity to recover once it starts dropping. I need to find a better way to make ways in and out. What I might even need to do is carve those larger. And once I, like, carve the tunnels going in and out larger, and then once I've done that, actually put those staircases to use. So we can get in and out of there much quicker. Playing with sanity to begin with. As you see, floating clockwork giraffes. Yep. Okay. What I can do in the meantime is I'll be better to do this with a shovel. We got fire clay here. Might as well return with something in our inventory. How much time do I have in you? 11 hours. That's fine, whatever. Yep, interesting. Yeah, no, we played Campus Life for a while, and genuinely had a good time with it. Unfortunately, it did crash OBS. Now, granted, we got a good... It was like 3.5, 4 hours into it when that happened. Oh, I thought it said something different. Like, wait, what? Let's grab a couple of stacks of this. And we'll hurry our way home. Oh, yeah. No, that was, that's not what happened. Unfortunately, like, it crashed the encoder in OBS, so, like, took out the whole stream. Like, the stream went down and everything, so we were at, like, 120 or so viewers, and I think it kicked us down to, like, 50, 60. That does happen. That's one of those things, like, early stream's not so bad. Mid-stream, like, where we were at, it's pretty rough. Like, that's gonna probably mean the rest of the stream is gonna have lower viewership than it normally would. It's fine, it's whatever. That's the kind of crap you can't really do much about, so you just gotta grin and bear it. But it is one of those things that, like, if you get to the point where it's kind of like your normal peak hours and it happens right then, that's usually one of those ones that when that happens, you're like, you know what? The stream's done for the day. Because, like, that hurts, and you know you're not going to recover your numbers for the entire rest of the stream, so you're just like, alright, do I just keep playing knowing it's going to be, like, a really bad one, but it can completely put you off base. It's one of those things that even if you're not watching your numbers, you just know when you have that kind of crash or whatever, that stream drops long enough that the stream properly goes down, that you're just the thing. It's unfortunately one reality with being a content creator that so much is based on your average viewership. Like, what keys you get a hold of is based on your average viewership, what sponsorships, what events you get invited to. Almost all of that's your average viewership. It's one of the reasons why we only occasionally indulge in games that I don't expect to do well. Is just, unfortunately, it's not just the cost of, like, the lower viewership for the day, it's the cost of lower viewership for the day. It can drag down your viewership for the month, because usually when they're looking for that average viewership, it's the last 30 days viewership is what they're actually checking. But yeah, it can cost you sponsorships and everything, and so it has a big compounding effect. That said, the number's not everything, it's just you can only indulge so much in stuff that doesn't make sense. Yeah, dealing with crashes is super annoying. When it does a game crashing, you change category and move on. But hard OBS crashes and PC crash disconnects are worse. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if it was as simple as, like, oh, the game crashed, I probably would have just booted up the game again. But the fact that it took out OBS as well, it's like, nope, that's the end of that one. Still, it's your income anyway, you look at it, so it's understandable. Oh yeah. Are you currently looking for sponsorships? So, I'm never not looking for sponsorships, but it's also not one of those things that, like, I'm actively hunting for them at any given time. Generally speaking, the way I deal with sponsors is kind of twofold. Huh? Oh, there's a block of rocks on top of it, I dropped it on my head. I understand. It's kind of twofold. On one hand, you have, like, your game sponsors. And there's lots of different platforms to seek out game sponsors, and what I mean by that is, like, so for an example, in 2 days, Timberborn is going to be sponsoring the channel. Timberborn's a game we have played a ton of on the channel over the years. It's easily the game that sponsors this channel more than any other game, period. That, you know, almost every single major update or every other major update, they almost always sponsor the channel in some capacity. This time they're not even doing a major update, it's just their 4-year anniversary of releasing, and they're sponsoring the channel. But we've played it plenty of times when they're not sponsoring as well, because it's just a good game. So I've got ones like that I've already got a connection I built up with them. And sometimes it's individual games, developers, publishers, so, like, I've worked with, was it Fire Shrine, I've done a bunch of stuff with, I've done stuff with, Good Old Game, or not Good Old Games, Good Dead Game or whatever, Hooded Horse, a bunch of indie publishers, So a lot of times when they've got a new game coming up, if they are going to do sponsorships, I've already got those connections that, you know, if I'm a good match, you know, it's a good match, then they'll reach out and that works out. That's a solid business relationship, you ask me. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. That's the reasons. One of the things that content creators will bring up is like, what can I do to, you know, like I want to do this full time. What can I do to help make that possible? It's like, you have to network. Like, you just have to network. That's the unfortunate reality. And that's true not even in this. That's most industries, is your connections are very important. And it's not to the whole being like, oh, underqualified people, you know, just who are good at, you know, charisma and all that, getting the jobs. That is a thing. But genuinely, networking matters in almost every profession. There's certainly ones I'm sure that would not be true of. But broadly speaking, taking the time to get to know others in your industry is always going to help you. So you got that kind. So that's one type of sponsor. We also have, you notice every once in a while, Fractal will appear up there. Fractal is another sponsor of the channel. That's a hardware sponsor. So instead of like the games and all that, Fractal manufactures cases, chairs, cooling solutions for computers, headsets, a whole bunch of stuff. And their whole gimmick is that, you know, they aim to be kind of the best in whatever industries they go into. So they don't go into a whole lot of things, but what they do they do strive to be highest quality, whatever you want to say for your words. And so that one is another networking thing, that going to events like TwitchCon, you know, you meet up with them. So those are the other ones. Occasionally, and I mean very, very rarely occasionally, I might do like a HelloFresh or Factor 75. I don't do those very often. Like maybe one a year. They work out pretty well, but they have to be products I actually would agree with. Those are the only ones I wouldn't say are directly aligned with the channel. Because, like, obviously, computer hardware makes sense. We're PC gaming here. Games make sense. We're PC gaming here. But then you get to, you know, food, like meal kits and that kind of thing. It's not related, but it's not really related. But there are definitely times that they have a good amount, like they're gonna pay well kind of things, that the way I kind of justify it in my head is my choices are I can either lead on the community and be like, hey man, like it's a tough couple months, you know, to stay in the positive, I need to be making X or whatever. And I don't like doing that, and I don't do that. But instead, if I get these sponsorships, a lot of times a good sponsorship, it only takes like 2 or 3 of those to completely, like, be the same amount of money I would be making on Twitch as a whole, between subs, bits, gifted subs, all of that nonsense, ad revenue. It only takes like 2 to 3 sponsored streams to do that. And that's assuming kind of just normal sponsor rate. That's not even talking like particularly good. So the way I kind of look at it is, I can kind of hound all of you and be like, hey man, gotta make a little bit more dosh this month. Got medical stuff going on. Got a little bit more dosh this month because whatever. And I don't want to do that. I never want to be in the position where I feel a need to do that. Oh yeah, all the sticks are there. I probably should pick up those sticks. Yeah, it's fine. Oh wait, no, we can do this. So the stick should be right down here. But, and these are sticks I collected earlier, and I left them here because I lacked inventory space. That's the reason I knew that there's like a whole mountain of sticks down there. But yeah, so with the sponsors, it means I don't have to do that. Because I know for some people, if you're like, hey, sponsored content, that is enough that they will tune out, and you all got to make your choices. I've always kind of approached it as, I can't do this if I don't have that kind of thing going on. So if that's a deal breaker for people, I just kind of have to accept to myself that's a viewer I just cannot make happy. It's kind of like, you know, ads suck. We all know that. Literally everyone is kind of in agreement going, you know, ads suck. But at the same time, when it comes to, like, Twitch as a platform, or any content platform, the reality is either one, they're going to get money from you, like, you know, subs, bits, Twitch Turbo, that kind of thing, or two, they're going to get ad revenue, or three, they're going to sell your data, or, you know, some more elaborate version of one of those other things. But either they're getting money from you, or you are effectively a product. That's kind of the reality that it works. And so you have the people who are like, oh, that's a wolf. I definitely don't want to fight that right now. You'll have... Oh, I thought I was jumping right down that hole. You'll have people like, they see a single ad, and they're unwilling to pay for it, and they'll throw a fit about it. And you're like, well, I'm not going to worry about that individual viewer, because that's an individual viewer I cannot make happy. Because the reality is Twitch as a platform requires me to either have ads as pre-rolls or mid-rolls, or you gotta sub or get Twitch Turbo. So the desire that viewer wants isn't something I can accommodate, even if I want to. So it's just kind of one of those things. In those cases, you're just like, well, it's not a viewer lost, it's a viewer I could have never had in the first place. Or for like that thing, it's the exact same thing as people who want, you know, the incredibly unhealthy, what is the word, parasocial relationship kind of stuff, where you have a viewer who wants you to, like, spend late hours into the evening talking to them on Discord every night or whatever, and you're like, I can't accommodate that want. That's impractical and unrealistic. So I don't even sweat it when I have someone like that show up, and it's just like, alright, well, I can't offer you what you're looking for. Let's see, you have to Google HelloFresh in Yurkiv. Wait, no delivery? Anyways, hopefully being here helps. Oh, yeah. Well, and that's the thing. There's a lot of times when we do, like, the hardware sponsors and that kind of thing, that, yeah, the unfortunate reality is it's effectively an ad, because it is, that they'll be like, okay, but this is US only, or US and Europe only, and I know there's a lot of people who tune in who are outside those areas, so you're kind of being subjected to the ad, and even if you were genuinely interested in the product, you can't get it. Let's see, you followed your channel for years, but work's kept you from tuning in as much lately. Fortunately, that's going to change, and the new role is working with content creators. So you figured to ask. Oh, that's interesting. If you don't mind me asking, it's totally fine if you don't, like, want to give too much details and all that. What is your role changing to that you're going to be working with content creators? Because again, chat, networking matters. And, you know, someone moving into a role that's going to be working directly with content creators means they're probably going to be working in a capacity that there is value in me networking. And that's only good for 3 hours, so let's go ahead and get our bushmeat cooked immediately. Because it's definitely how food works in real life. That it goes from it is fine to completely inedible in a very distinct amount of time. Alright. It's not that it gradually gets dodgy until, you know, you're on that fence being like, is this food poisoning or is this food? Wait a minute, transparency there, thing. You're community growth director for a web hosting company now. Your new CEO saw how you spoke to clients on Reddit and was like, you're the guy. So here we are. Nice! It's honestly surprising they picked up to it on Reddit. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but that's not a usual path that people end up finding it through. Okay, so the carrots we can plant. We can drop the turnip in here. And also never underestimate where people can show up. You'll be amazed at where meaningful connections come from. That could be career long. Yes, our web hosting. Alright, so got some more carrots planted. Yep. You just yourself and spoke to someone on Reddit about the server they had issues with. You just spoke to them like a real person and not a corporate junkie. Yeah, I mean, a big thing that happens with a lot of those corporate things is, understandably, a lot of companies get very, very concerned about how their staff talk to people for a whole range of reasons. Like, at some of them, it's like, all right, come on, man, tone it down. But other ones are like, no, that's just kind of the necessity of what they're doing. But, you can kind of just really pick up on corporate speak. Alright, so this all needs to go in with weak tannin. We got 2 small rawhides. Those need to go into the borax. That's strong. Okay, so I do actually have another container with weak tannin we're ready to use. So I'll grab that. And chuck you in there and seal it. Keep our leather working. When you're a sales engineer, you made a ton of connections in smoking area. Yeah. Yeah, no, I definitely know that one. I was never one to go and hang out in the smoking area, but there's definitely a number of things where I put contacts just from, you know, people would be like, oh, you know, that's not something that interests me, I'm not going to hang around it. It's like, yeah, but there's a lot of people hanging around it who are probably people you want to make connections with. And if that's where they are, that's where you gotta be. That said, cigarettes be gross, man. Okay, let's grab the borax out of here, I think. And chuck the fire clay in. Networking and everything doesn't have to be a huge deal. Well, that's the thing. There's a lot of people get food into your body and heal up. I mean, we're basically full in the game. Like, I've got more bread just sitting in my inventory when we're hungry, but it fills up like 4 bars. I don't wanna use it prematurely and waste it. As far as healing up, I use the last of my bandages, so that's actually not an option. I think I might actually have horsetail to stash to get more. In real life? Oh yeah, no. Today is a day that that Tomb is home, so we already ate our dinner. I do appreciate you making sure I eat my dinner and all that. So make the large crate. So that's 2 planks and then a saw. I think our saw is right about to be done.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah, the saw is really not long for the world. It's better to socialize in smoking air than by the urinals. That is a question that I can actually see a lot of discussion going around. I am actually willing to debate. I'm actually willing to state that there's probably a strong debate. Well, I didn't want to put that there. There we go. There is actually a lot of discussion that could be had around which is better and worse. Okay. Alright. Just don't stretch while at the urinal. Okay, so let's go in here. I've got tons of fire clay. which is good. So we can drop all that in the other crate. Actually, I was hoping I could get that all moved. It would be nice for them to add a button to be like, hey, I'm putting this in this crate. When I hit the button, put all of it that's in my inventory in there. And that's other clays. Okay. So that's good news. Oh, I had a little bit more borax in there. Yes, I'm just cleaning out those. I do find the crates are very useful, but it is a little bit much of an interaction to keep all going. Alright, so all this is all good for a long, long while. Do I have anything that needs a strong tannin? Was it the prepared that goes? Yeah, so you go in with the strong tannin. Netzel got a little bit of the weak tannin. We'll consolidate that the next chance we get, and then we'll make more. Alright. So the big scary thing I'm dealing with now, for those who haven't been watching my food situation, is very genuinely, we're just about out of bread. Yeah, so I got 20 more bread between that. I've actually got a decent number of stacks of veggies for probably another stew or so. But I got one more cooking of bread before I just got traces of stuff. Now I remember what your recipe was. Here, so you can go like this. We got more medicine. No more bread? Yeah, no, it's, we can get tons of time to prep. Let's grab all you. Because how are we doing on our charcoal? We're doing pretty well, if I recall. Okay, we're actually getting a pretty good hit against our charcoal. So what we can do here, they've got some flint and some sticks. The great bread shortage of February 3rd. Let's get a bunch of dirt. Alright, you have a good one, Hobgoblin. Good to have you. Congratulations on your new opportunity job, whatever you want to go with. Your new gig. Because we're going to get ourselves some dirt. Okay, so we can drop you off. I also remembered I still have these handles here that we never did use. Okay, so we got all that. We can take this axe and drop it up here. I imagine I'm going to need those for a very long time, but we got those up there. And I'm just expecting to go through a lot of shovels here. Okay, so here's our stuff there. Yeah, and so that's the last of these. What I'm going to want to do, start working on this, get all framed out for later expansion. And part of me wonders if it would be worth making a second greenhouse at some point for just berry bushes. But apparently it helps with them too, to keep them producing longer in the year. It's nothing urgent. It's just as a matter of, like, big projects to have that I've got spare materials for. It feels like something to put time into. And the reason I'm going for the dirt here is so I can make packed dirt. So I can go down to the area underneath our base with plans to start setting it up for charcoal. So when I'm at these times where I'm like, okay, let's work on something other than mining for a little bit, I can run down to the forest, just start chopping down a whole lot of trees, looking for other resources and all that. But, you know, you get the idea, so I can gradually start filling that, that charcoal pit up. So later on, when I do need the charcoal, I'm not stuck kind of scrambling to try and do all the wood at one time. But I've already collected a whole lot of it. Do I really need cakes and pies? Yeah, well, I mean, that'd be the whole thing, is for the cakes and pies. Once I've got a lot of the fruit stored, yeah, the fruit and all that stored, I should be able to get stuff for making pies. Because I assume from, like, a filling, berries, and all that standpoint, the pies do better than the bread. Imagining the bread are primarily just a travel food. Okay. Fill them with sawdust, Kenshi style? Absolutely. Make ourselves a dust witch. The most cursed of foods. Alright. Plus, with all this, I never do know when I'm gonna go and find some other vein of ore just by happenstance. But I'll definitely want to get more and more of the fruit bushes to plant along here. Blows my mind how many pickaxes we've already gone through. I made like 4 bronze pickaxes, and we've already gone through them all. Now, granted, we got ourselves 35 bronze ingots through the effort since I made those, so we're in great shape. But still. The hope would be I could find iron and get that going. We also need to double check, because I suspect I'm going to need more than my current setup for iron. I haven't looked into it much. Don't spoil if I do. We'll figure that out. Okay. I'm assuming I can't mix. Oh, I can mix. Cool. Alright. Cool, so I got a ton of those blocks to put down below. I got dangerous things lurking in my basement. I'll worry about filling that in a little bit later. Okay, in the meantime, let's scooch all this up to rearrange it a little bit. So as I'm taking stuff in and out. How's it there? Oh, I've got a bunch of church stone. I should have considered that. It's fine. Oh wait, I have a box for church stone. There we go. And any of you done? No. So I still got a ton of shovels. Let's not bring all of those with me. We can stash these here for later. All right. What time of day? Well, first, iron. So iron rod comes from an iron ingot. We could make that into blistered steel layer. So we need it from smithing. Iron bloom. An iron bloom requires being smelted in a bloomery. Okay. So let's see what it says for bloomery. Alright, so you got a bloomery base, which requires fire clay bricks, which then requires a bloomery chimney. Okay. Yeah, some ores require, such as quartz, iron, and meteoric iron, have high melting points and cannot be reached by simple crucible in a fire pit. These you'll have to smelt in a bloomery plus a chimney. Alright. So that brings us to fire clay bricks. And fire clay bricks need to be fired in an actual kiln. Otherwise, it's just fire clay. Unlike blue and red bricks, fire bricks will always have the same color when fired, whether in a pit kiln or a beehive kiln. Oh, I could just still use a pit kiln. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. So we're going to need to go to bloomery base. That is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bricks. 9, 10, 11, 12. So we need at least 12 bricks for the bloomery. Danger things lurking in your basement, like the mods. Look, don't tell them that, but they're really not that dangerous. Okay, so there's the 12 bricks. What else can I make with that matters? Right, then we got unfired refractory brick, and that's the other one. And that can also be the pit kiln. What did I need that for? The refractory bricks. Brick grating. Refractory brick gratings are used in making a cementation furnace or beehive kiln. A beehive kiln allows you to fire large amounts of clay items at once, similar to a cementation furnace. The beehive kiln requires a door, the kiln door, and the kiln door requires iron. So that's not happening. Actually, let's check that again. Kiln door, fire clay. Yeah, it's still okay. Yeah, so all those are going to need that beehive kiln. A beehive kiln allows you to fire large amounts of clay at once, similar to the cementation. Requires a door. All right. to a cementation furnace. Cementation. So steel production. Building a cementation furnace requires 65 blocks of refractory bricks, which come in 3 different qualities, tier 1, 2, and 3. Each tier is more robust against heat damage than the last. You'll need 6 refractory brick gratings and a solid windowed iron door. Okay, so we can't make any of those things without iron. That's the important part. So the refractory bricks right now don't serve me much of a purpose. Yeah, okay. All right. So for right now, refractory bricks no good. In the meantime, we do have our fire brick. Let's see if the fire clay has any other uses. So fire clay, I can use it for the like the actual bloomery and nothing else, but like flooring and all that. We can use a fire clay. Yeah, that still comes down to the kiln door, which ultimately still puts us in the area of steel. But the important thing is I can take these bricks. We can apparently put all of them in at one go. Love to see it. I don't think I've got grass sitting around. Yeah, I don't have enough grass sitting around to do anything with that. Let's go get ourselves some grass. Yeah, I have found the grass is way more annoying to deal with in the winter. Because for whatever reason, if I try to go straight to the knife, it doesn't work. I have to like dig up the snow first and then go for the knife. You're doing fine, you're fine, you're fine, you're fine. So all those ones are doing fine grafting-wise. Okay. I also have no context on how much I'm going to need of this. Okay. I remember when we ran around collecting mushrooms and berries, and it was just like not really that hard to get food. Different times. And grass is something I could just run out with a knife and have tons of in no time. You just tried to time out the streamer? Okay. And it was like, no. Because yeah, you can't commit moderator actions against streamers. Stop ripping up the grass. Twitch didn't let you? Nope. It's just one of those things that make no sense to actually do. So like the only use case is to troll / gag. And Twitch is like, yeah, we're not dealing with this. Alright. I can see how you could accidentally do it in many cases. People posting links, like, automatically and not catching the name of it. Having bot interactions that do it. Stream together, meaning to try and time out the other person, like, hide them from the shared chat on the other person's end and actually doing it in their own channel. I'm going for one full stack. And after all this time, my copper knife finally broke. Alright, I hear scary things lurking. You're lurking in my home? Sir! I don't know how you got in here, but this is not acceptable behavior. He wouldn't needed the intervention occasionally. You know, streamers are irresponsible or way over their head. You left the door open in the gate? Yeah, no, I mean the gate I keep leaving open, yes. Oh, or do you mean the trapdoor down here? No, that's closed. So I can grab you. House door? Yeah, and I'd be surprised they slipped in that fast. We honestly really don't see many enemies running around down here anymore. The basement area occasionally gets dodgy. Okay. That'll be our fire brick. Come on. Come on. Want to talk about it? Why no burn? Oh yeah, no, so you're not giving the thing, you can always ban Twitch's official account because the entire platform will go down, but don't do it. Why are you not burning? I need you to burn. Not sure what to do about that. Crouch it? Yeah, we can try that in a minute. Oh, was it control? That's weird, because everything else that it came to... that I didn't have to. I mean, that looks like it's actually working now. Okay, I guess I just had to crouch. That's fine. Alright. So we got a couple things I can work on. One is we can hunt some animals to try and get ahead of our food before things get dire, which I think is the correct decision. Whereas the other decision would be to go in the basement and deal with all that crap, clear out the enemies, and start enclosing the space again so I can start turning it into a charcoal pit. Okay. Because when that gets done, that should be enough bricks for us to build our bloomery and chimney. The curiosity to me is the bloomery and chimney would imply I shouldn't have it indoors. But thus far, the one and only thing that's warning me being like, hey, be careful, this spreads fire, is the kiln pits. Those they've warned me up and down, be like, yo, you need to be real careful with this. Which is the reason I have that whole thing surrounded in stone and brick. Where I have those to like all sides except where I can get in, then have like a tile deep. So its ability to spread fire should be minimal. Because otherwise, we lose everything. And if that happens, that'll be probably where we take a break from the game. Because that'd be going back to the drawing board, starting all over, and having to rework my way back up to getting my tools together. Unless it's stuff like the ingots won't burn, which would make sense. And if that's the case, that's not too horrible. Like, it'd be pretty bad. Let's see, bacon. Well, let's grab those arrows. I did not make a knife to bring with me. Be cool, other pig. I know I just killed your friend, and you're probably next, if I'm being honest. I need a knife to cut up the boar. Okay, so box it's too soft. So we need to find a couple units of flint. Unrelated to that, we'll just find some flax real quick. I'm gonna lose track of that boar, and it's gonna be a problem. I also know they only stay for so long. Those are carrots? Okay. Box it stones, box it, box it. Box it. Cranberry bush. Box it, box it, box it. Flint. Okay, so let's go find that boar again, because now I can make the... Now I can make the knife. Should be right around here. There you are. Because I forgot I broke my knife and I needed to replace it. All right, and with that, got ourselves some stuff. I also didn't realize we had those arrows. Okay, so it looks like I'm short one arrow from before that fight, which would be about right for fighting. Okay, so we already killed the other boar, so I don't really see a reason not to kill this one. Okay, so we're down another arrow. Alright. So that's red meat. We got 2 stacks of red meat. That's good news. I saw a deer or an elk or something that went over this way. Yes, I'm down to 5 arrows. Just making sure I didn't miss a little bit wide and I overlooked the arrow. That's going to be one of the big things we do once we get to spring. I want to go out of our way to get chickens. That way I have a source for recovering feathers, like getting more feathers, because that's the only thing that's keeping me from making a whole bunch of arrows. Is just getting a hold of the feathers has proven to be a problem. Okay. Okay, well, we broke the last of those arrows. Okay, there you are. Way too chill. Alright. Grab our arrow again and do this. I looked away a second to check in the arrows and I lost sight of him. Pretty sure he's just laying down in the brush up here. Oh, no, you're right there. About out of arrows. I'm down to one last arrow and I'm not seeing most of these come back. I want to say these arrows suck. Yeah, it's a 30% chance of breaking. How many arrows do they usually take? It depends on the arrows and I'm using real bad arrows. Alright, we're gonna scare it again because I think it just went to that top of that ridge. Well. Okay. I don't see it. I assumed it would go down here. Also gone down here or cut the left over here. First winter, pretty good so far. Where did that deer go? We tagged it a whole bunch of times and it just went over that ridge and vanished. What are you down there? You're a rabbit. What is the view distance? Oh, I have no idea off the top of my head. Alright. So, unfortunately, well, I hit that deer a good, like, 5 or 6 times with their crappy arrows. It gave me the slip. I wouldn't have expected it to get very far. And pretty soon we have to head back because we're getting cold. That's it. We did well. We've got 8 raw meat, and a bush meat. So that'll help keep us up, and we're gonna go ahead and get ourselves some mushroom here. Haven't seen a puffball in a while. Okay, so either you went down that way or you circled back this way. That's kind of what I'm thinking is we lost it when it went over this ridge, so it either went down this way because we checked down here, or it couldn't path down there and it went down here instead. A medium temporal storm is approaching. Gross. Oh, the rabbit also gave me raw red meat. Okay, I was expecting that to give me bush meat. It's also possible that the deer looked like every time I de-aggroed it, it started trying to backtrack to where it came from. It's possible it got out of line of sight and then backtracked farther than I expected it to. Alright, well, we're gonna head home. I got 1 crappy arrow to my name and a mostly broken bow. So I think our hunting is probably over from the bow standpoint until I find a place where I can get more feathers. And there's a ridiculous road. Alright. What does that mean at the top? Oh, I think... You appear to be freezing? Yes. We'll start taking damage in not too long. Sorry about that. Thank you. Also, it's good to see you, Retnaro. Can we get a shout out for Retnaro, by the way? Another fantastic content creator. Been playing Vintage Stories well. There's lots of Project Zomboid, lots of stuff like that. So if that's your jam, you can find it over there as well. So let's see. So you got the red currant. So that's a red currant over here. You can plunk one of those right there. We've got 3 cranberry bushes. To which I apparently... had already carved away all the way over here. All right. So you can get that set up. Grab the bread back down here. Okay. And let's get indoors because we are getting pretty cold. So we got another carrot seed to plant. And then you're not ready to plant, so let's go and immediately go back outdoors again. Okay, and with that, we have all those planted. Yeah, so I grew those slightly too early. Oh, they need more water. I'm curious why those ones say negative 38 hours and 9 minutes. The temperature is within their acceptable range. So, like, the time it needs to grow is going up. Why is a water tile in each 9 square area? Basically, they can go up to 3 tiles out. I just made them into separate little squares just for the whole thing. Because this can keep up to around this far. I believe at 75%. But there's just nothing. Sunlight? No, that should be fine. It counts as what does it provide? Moisture. If you look at the top here, it says like the different nutrition levels and then also moisture. And if those are too low, it doesn't work. I don't think it's sunlight, because it'd be really annoying if I have to go up top there and take off the snow again and again. I mean, yes, before everyone's like, but realistically, it's a video game, man, calm down. It's video game. It does it at once. Drop that off. That water tile set supply 75%. Yes. Try and find out. Each tile away from water, you lose 25% moisture. Okay, we're not in the storm yet. This is a random one that attacked me. Right, so let's drop some of this stuff off. So you're still closed down there. Okay, drop the mushrooms in there. $25 leather in that one. There we go. So I want to deal with that. Yeah, so you don't have enough tannin to do anything. There's another stack of leather. Okay, so... Oh, actually, you need to go on the borax. So you have the soaked. Put you in. Seal that. That's fine. Oh, right. You need to be... converted into those. See if I can do a medium in here. Can I do one small in there? There's just a tiny bit of light tannin left. Alright. So I'm going to have to make more light tannin. That's fine. Okay, so for the light tannin, we can go over here and say boom. Water. And 1, 3, 4, 5. There's more light tannin being produced. You've got some strong tannin. I don't have any more prepared. Okay, so I can make leather backpacks now, which will increase my inventory a lot. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, 1 second. One, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so what needs to happen here is I'm going to have to fully empty my inventory so I don't have to deal with inventory headaches. So let's get started on getting all this crap out of my inventory. So you got that. You're still good for a day. We got the chert brick to get rid of. There we go. I've got the bones to drop off. Cool. I've got the fat to store. Now, good news, I've got lots of fat for when it comes time to make the windmill. We can drop the stairs off here. There's a prospector's pick, shovel, axe, knife, pickaxe, bow, blade, second axe, second pickaxe. We can go over here for right now and just chuck the knife in there, as well as the medical stuff and the torch. I'll chuck that all in there. Okay, already immediately a problem. Drop you in here. Drop you in there. And bigger inventory. So the question is, can I do anything with those? Can I rip them apart? Doesn't look like it. But that's some spare bags, so what we'll do is we'll grab those right now. I'll just chuck them in this box. I don't know if we'll ever use them, but they're there otherwise. Grab the torch and the medical and all that back. That's fine. I'll need to go to the wall here. There's our weapon, pickaxe. There's the other pickaxes. Grab the bow. There's a regular axe. There's a regular axe. There's a mostly done shovel. There's a bronze pick. There's the knife. Can you make them into ore bags, you think? Maybe. Let me check. Ingredient for mining bags, which has 12 slots if I give them what looks like to be bronze or better plates. Can only hold stones, ores, and minerals. That's pretty good, though, because it's double the number of slots. They're just special purpose. That's definitely going to be worth making. I'm not going to worry about that right this second. Yeah, so that's the butcher stuff. Okay, so all that seems fine. You're still burning. We are going to need to make soup. Do I have any of these ingredients that I got a decent amount? Yeah, so let's grab that for making fancy soup. Okay, cooking pot, drop it there. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. There's 3. And there. Okay, so adding the flaxseed in kills it. But that's fine. So 3 servings of hearty red meat stew. So that's cooking now. And it won't be too long before I'm going to need to make myself a better bow. Alright, so I've got my 3 bowls. Yeah, it's honestly a really big win for the just that much inventory space. Those upgrades there is literally 4 more tiles of inventory space. But also, taking the time to make that mining bag would be a really good one as well. I could even see the justification with what I've got going on here. I could even see taking like 2, 3 mining bags when you're going on a mining trip. Just because of how much inventory you could have with that. Granted, I don't know what I'd do with all those materials, but, you know, you figure it out. We should be getting pretty close to the time that those fire clay stuff gets done. And then we'll need to see if that's something that needs to go outdoors or what it entails. Honestly, with the fire pits, I could also see just chucking stuff in there. Alright. So 1, 2, 3. And grab the firewood back out, because that's stuff I just don't want to waste for no reason. Okay. I like that upgrade. Each upgrade feels rewarding and doesn't feel unachievable. Yeah. Alright. So it shouldn't be too long before things kick off. Yeah, so you got 4 in-game hours, so that's done. We've got all that. Okay. So, realistically, looking at our tool situation, I'm probably about time to actually use some of those bronze ingots after we finish with this storm. Now the question is, where do I want to do this? Because I could duck down into a place like this, where there's really not much room for them to spawn, and just chill down here. So there's a prepared hide. Okay, that'll become leather. Still got some weak tan in there. Okay. Pretty much every one of those is already doing its thing. What else would I use the leather on? Yeah, so that's just a metal plate and a bunch of leather. And then you can make just leather armor. Which, the leather armor honestly seems like it'd be pretty reasonable to make. And then stuff like the scale helmets. Helmets require us to make the scale. Bronze plates. Oh, make a leather armor, then cover it up with bronze plates. To make the Brigandine. The chain armor looks like it'd be an absolute nightmare to make. Oh, that's a question. So you'd use a leather jerkin to make the black plate armor, and then the chain armor uses the leather body. Yeah, so you can use a leather jerkin underneath to then make the chain armor. And then plate armor uses the chain armor. Holy crap. The amount of effort that would go into just making one of those. You know, or you could do scale and all that. Yeesh. Yeah, to make that armor, it's making the leather body armor underneath, then taking the leather body armor and hitting it up with the chain, and the chain is where it takes two ingots to make a set. So yeah, yeek. And I imagine repairing those is probably not a wonderful thing to deal with. So it is a thing that making a suit of armor is a very non-trivial thing. Never mind, you give up. And we have the armor stand, which is 2 hay grass and a bunch of planks. Alright. So we got a storm going on. That'll allow things to spawn indoors, like it breaks all the rules about spawning. So I'm deliberately cramming myself into this corner. And the reason I'm doing that is then I only have to worry about stuff spawning immediately in front of me in the room. I don't have to worry about stuff sneaking up behind me and attacking me or anything like that. It does lower the stability of the whole area, so we're at like 9% stability, so you see that gear is just winding down. That is just the nature of this event. Can you just lock yourself in a closet? Yeah, so the only catch is it disables all the spawning rules, so the only thing that they can't spawn, to my knowledge, is physically in the same tile that you're in. But technically I could have something spawn, like, right there. But yeah, so you could, in theory, put yourself in a closet, close the door, and if there was, like, no movable space, I think you'd be okay. Honestly, even here, I usually have, like, 1, maybe 2 enemies spawn inside the room with me the entire night, because it's not that big of a space. But yeah, so you'll notice it's going to make the camera twitch out a little bit, the walls are going to have weird textures and all that until this is over. And that's with the effect toned down. If people haven't seen, where is it even at? You're going to see something truly terrible. Where is your effect here? Oh, it's accessibility. That's what it would look like normally. Needless to say, that'd be utterly obnoxious very quickly. So we're gonna turn that back down. Defensive tactic, 5-year-old you. Hide in the closet where the monsters can't fit in with you. Exactly. Yup. But yeah, no, we turned it, we started it and even we had like a low one and it was tripping out. I'm like, okay, it's a cool effect. But definitely one of those ones that, if you're anyone who gets motion sickness or something like that, would be real bad. Honestly, even the walls having that weird melty texture could be triggering for people if they're particularly sensitive to motion sickness thing, having all the walls doing weird crap like that. Luckily, if that is a problem, you can just be like, hey, I'm gonna turn off that one thing. Wait, did you already detect that I did it? Oh, no, it's creator survey. Okay, I can deal with that later. I want to remember after stream to go to that campus life and fill out the survey stuff, like, because the big ones is their user, that was the game we played before this one, was one, their user interface didn't quite line up. There was a lot of buttons that if you look at the button thing, I had to click slightly to the side of it. If I click like on this edge, it didn't detect, but slightly over here did. So they got some UI elements that weren't quite lined up. That was one big one. Some of the text placement was a thing and all that. So I plan to take the time after stream to just go in and give them feedback. Because the game seemed like is in, honestly, for just releasing in early access in 2 days, it seemed like it was in pretty good shape. If it wasn't streaming, that crash wouldn't have even been that big a deal. 4 hours with one crash. For an early access that just is getting ready to drop. Not the end of the world. It didn't take out the whole computer or anything either. It crashed OBS, so it kind of mutually they both dropped. Let's see, one of the projects you're loosely attached to is a massive accessibility-focused refactoring of a platform. Oh yeah, no, it could be a whole big thing. Let's see, yourself in a 2x1 dirt something for Temporal Storms? Yeah, not its whole thing. Like I said, in a room this small, I've found I usually only get 1 or 2 spawned-in enemies the whole time. It's just not worth running around and trying to do stuff while it's going on, because the moment you're in like the middle of something, something walks up behind you and slaps you for 2/3 of your health. Now granted, with the leather we already have, I might have enough to make a piece of leather armor. Plants don't grow in minus temperature. Gotcha, I see what you're saying. Okay, so that means at night when it's below freezing, it's kind of regressing the growth rate. But then during the day it's going forward. That's good to know. So that's probably the reason why people were earlier being like, oh yeah, I wait till it's no longer below freezing. Which absolutely makes sense. Oh no, what did we... Oh. I was just trying to, like, while we were stuck here, I was like, okay, what did people clip? When we were playing Campus Life, it doesn't hold your mouse in the screen, so I would go to turn the camera, and kept clicking out of the window, and I had 2 different times I clicked onto a different scene. I had one where I clicked to the scene we use, like, when we do words with friends, or words on stream, jeez, which I haven't done in forever. And then I clicked on the ending stream screen at one point. So it started like rolling credits and all that. Which is pretty funny. Yeah, no, I'm curious. I honestly think that Campus Life, I really hope they actually do a decent job marketing. I think that game might actually end up being pretty good. Because, like, very genuinely, if they take the time to clean up those UI issues, because none of them were glaringly awful, it's just like, oh, that needs a little polish. And then some of the information, like, you'd get a prompt being like, you can't interact with this unless you're in the quest. Well, if I can't make it stop being interactable, like, hide it from me if I can't use it. Or, I think the actual prompt wasn't right. It was using that prompt instead of whatever it was supposed to be. So, like, it having a prompt saying, like, hey, you're in the middle of a quest right now, you're not allowed to use that. That's fine. So I do think that that was another thing. It did feel like you had to really do a lot to manage your resources, but I do think that is probably the intended core game loop is, you know, it doesn't mention it'll be early access. Oh, I was pretty sure it was early access. Let me double check. Because I was fairly certain it was an early access release. Because if that's a full release, that is an entirely different discussion. Yeah, because if that's the full release, that's a bit rough. No, I think... Let me get to actual store page. I do apologize if you get sound here. No, I think you're right. I think that is a full release. That is not ready for full release. That said, that is a preview version of it. So we'll see. Hopefully that's not the version that's getting released, because that needs more polish. Did on Daredrop did I read that it was early access release? Where did I get that it was early access? Usually I'm really careful about that stuff. Okay, it sounds like the storm is basically over. No, that looks like you're right. I think that is actually a full release. Hopefully that's a different version, because I would argue that is as ready for full release as a Bethesda title. Okay, that was probably uncalled for. But yeah, no, that's pretty rough for a full release. For an early access, nope. I hear that spear. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. All right, so I did hear the spear. All right. Dig on Bethesda is amazing. To be fair, there are a number of companies who don't exactly have a great track record of having particularly bug-free releases. You know what? Honestly, I still think it needs to be polished up, but it was one of those things that very genuinely, because everything that made me think early access release was just the fact that the way it had like this support, like the entire right column was like, give us feedback on all these things. Because man, if I give feedback today, it's not like they're gonna be able to have a chance to have any significant updates in like the next 2 days before releases. We'll see. It might not be their up-to-date version. But yeah, no, hopefully they've either got another update coming out or whatever. You know, I missed that it wasn't early access. Because it felt like early access. Alright, I am blanking on what the heck I'm working on right now. So let's close this door. What time is it? Let's go to bed. Yeah, not some. Bethesda has a reputation of having some janky stuff going on in their games. How goes the Depths of Winter? It's going pretty good. We're getting pretty far into February. I haven't really paying attention to the temperature too closely to see if, like, are my days getting warmer? Because at this stage, most places by mid-February, if you're in the winter season, you're starting to see stuff improve there. You know, all of those are getting a longer and longer time. So I probably seriously goofed here on when I planted these. Hopefully I don't lose them all. If I do, it is what it is. That'd be a big bummer. Alright, so what the heck am I working on? So, I have... Oh, right. I shouldn't have gone to bed. What I was going to do... What did that say? Vernalized. I guess it's just saying it's cold. Okay, that one made it. Why are you different than the others? That's fine. Maybe they gave access to pre-release version. It looks like it wasn't updated on Steam, so hopefully it's more polished version internally. Making coal. Yeah, no, it wasn't making coal, but it was one of those things I was just kind of working on stuff there. So we can go down below and we can pack the dirt in to make the area for making charcoal. That's certainly one thing. I still need to work... Oh, right. We were going to make our bloomery for the iron, and we had been waiting for the kiln pit to finish, which it should be done now. So you can go here. So there's the bloomery base and chimney. Now let's see if it warns me anything about being like, be careful, this can make serious fire. Drops are broken. That's fine. Smelting. Yeah, so it doesn't mention anything about fire spread on that. And honestly, most of the stuff isn't flammable to begin with over here. So I think we're gonna do is grab the bloomery. So I want to have a space there. It's probably safe to be in an enclosed place with that going on. Can't imagine anything going wrong with that. I'm sure I'll have something I need that for later. Alright, well that actually didn't take that long to make the bloomery work. So, that should be interesting, in that it looks like what I do is I add fuel and the stuff there. Just don't miss clicking like you placed that. You did the bloomery since you have to break them and it doesn't give your brick back. I dislike when games do that. Just because, again, the example we typically give in, like, people be like, but in real life, when you're gonna move it, you would have to break it. And then my counter-argument every time is like, right, counter-argument, in real life, when I'm building something like this, and I put it down on the ground and go, nah, that's not a good spot for it. I could do that anytime during the building process until it's done. Okay, so let's grab... What do we want to grab? Before we go, because we want to get steel, I'm going to start by grabbing some charcoal. Dropping it all in there. Lighting that on fire. Get that going, grab you. Because I need to make more pickaxe and stuff. Just don't misclick. Yeah. Yeah, I really don't like that that is a one. Now granted, I've got enough fire clay. Like I literally got a crate of fire clay down here. That's got 840 in it. And I think I found 3 separate places I could pull up probably that much more fire clay. You have to misclick millions of times to misplace a building in real life. Yeah, so that's kind of one of the things that, like, a lot of games, I appreciate that more and more of them, especially in, like, the survival settlement builder. They're being nice when you misclick a building, they'll let you just move the building. They won't be like, no, 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 you gotta tear it down and you lose 50% of your resources when you do it. Because realism. Will you need to have a bellow for the Forge of the Future? I don't know, honestly. It didn't mention anything about a bellow, but it sounds like what I'm gonna actually do is shove a bunch of coal in there. I'm not sure how that works, to be honest, because it mentions adding fuel and adding the smeltable material, but then I'm also not sure where I get the material back out of it from. Okay, so I want pickaxe. Let's get a couple of pickaxes made. Cool. And we can grab another one. My saw blade is about to be toast. Let's get a saw blade made. And let's see, we broke our nice knife, so let's go ahead and make ourselves a fancy knife. Can you make a metal bow? I do not believe so. We actually have most of the materials I need to make a really good bow. Like a recurve bow or whatever. I just need to stop and do it. I think I need actual meat for that one for whatever reason. Like there's the fat and the string and all that. But I think it actually calls for, like, meat for it, for whatever reason. I think the idea is supposed to be representing sinew. Sinew. Words are hard. I don't think I want to make a shovel with that. Probably another pickaxe head. A good meaty bow. Yeah, right now it doesn't matter until I get a source of more feathers. I just don't have what I need to make the arrows. And in the middle of the winter where we're not seeing any birds, those feathers are kind of hard to come by. Alright, so with that we can put you back on the wall, you back on the wall. We can run over here to where we got our sticks. Ow. Alright, let's go grab the thing that lets me hold hot things, so that I don't burn myself trying to grab a saw blade that is currently 1064 degrees Celsius. Okay, there's a knife. The tongs feel weird that you never upgrade for the 2 sticks. I agree. You would think at some point it'd be like, okay, it's upgrade time. I'll just put you there for right now. So that's the bronze one for when we break the copper. And then we're good on a bunch of this stuff. Get you on the bar. Okay, so we've lost a lot of the in-game time here. We still have high activity. I don't love the idea about trying to go to the mine during high, but I'm going to go for it anyways. It is getting to be nighttime. The thing, though, is I don't really have a good opportunity to hunt. I'm pretty much out of arrows. I got one arrow. Honestly, with that, now I think about it, let's ditch the bow and arrow, because I'm not going to do crap with all that. Do you want to make another melee weapon? That isn't a bad idea. That's what I'm kind of wondering is, we're currently at high activity. I expect that to make things underground kind of a pain in the butt. And we're going into nighttime, so I'm expecting to have a bunch of spawns to deal with. So it might be worth my time to just projects at home through the night. Okay, so let's go here. Yeah, what we'll do... That's fine, we'll just toss in a box. So there's the bow. And oh, I got 2 arrows. We'll get those out of inventory for right now. It feels a little weird that you use sticks for tongs for metal in general. You ever tried to pick up an ingot almost any metal size that are depicted in this game? Oh yeah, no, it'd be... Considering you just basically strap 2 sticks together, it'd be very hard to grab something of substantial heft. Like an ingot. With a couple of sticks. Alright, so I guess what we're going to do is I'll grab 4 more of you. Was it 4 or 8? It doesn't matter. Grab more of you. I guess 5. Chuck you in there. Grab 4 more of you. Light that up. Okay, drop you off. Grab our hammer again. And the tongs. Alright, and while that heats up, let's go check out our stuff down there. Okay, lift a gallon of milk with those chopsticks? Pretty much. Okay, so we got our soaked hides. So from here, we can make those into scraped hides. That's strong tannin. That's not what I need for right now. So we can drop you in here. Yeah, so both of those are waiting for some weak tannin to be available. And the rest that's all sitting here processing. And I guess the next thing I could work on is during this night, I can go down below and start closing in that area down below with the packed dirt to make it eligible to be a place for us to, make it eligible to be the charcoal pit. Alright, so this one we're going to make into our actual weapon blade. Where are you at? No, seriously. There. So that after I break this weapon, I've got a spare. I'll go ahead and make a shovel head. So I can make a bronze shovel after we get through our crappy flint ones. And if I'm not mistaken, if I want to make the mining bag, I had to have bronze for this. Which would be metal plates. Let's double check that. So, mining bag. So for mining bag, bronze plate, meteoric iron, tin, steel. Yeah, so it looks like it's got to be actually decent material. What's the sturdy one require? So the sturdy one gives me 14 slots, but it requires sturdy leather, which we're not near ready for. Okay, let's go ahead and take these last two and make 2 metal plates. Because I could take those 2 metal plates. What's a sturdy mining bag? It's a bigger bag. It requires sturdy leather and a bunch of other stuff I'm not right for. Oh, I think you're a 2 ingot build. Right. Okay. Because making a sturdy mining bag, I think, is probably a good move. Because that would give me 6 extra slots just for stone and all that. So as I'm picking up random berries and crap, I always have a dedicated place to put it. Can I add more charcoal to it while it's going? There we go. So those heat up. Let's go ahead and make these. There's my better weapon for this one breaks. There's my better shovel. Chuck you on the wall. For right now, this better shovel, I'm gonna put that there. Then I got the crappier shovel here. Let's see here. Those are a bunch of hose and all that we've got. Alright, so what other stuff do we want to make? Hi.
Hello. You're the husband that I love and adore.
We all make mistakes with our lives.
You're silly.
Yeah.
And I still love and adore.
Yep, so the fruit press, we don't need another one. I've already got one. We can make bronze chainmail. That's a ways off, because to make the bronze chainmail helmet, literally I just need 3 chain? Oh, okay. It penalizes a lot of stuff, but it's 81% protection. For the chainmail torso, I need the leather jerkin. For the plate helmet, I would need the chainmail. The chain legs require the leather legs. So that's just regular leather. Okay. And then for the scale mail, so you give me 85. All right, so scale mail body gives 85% protection and 1.3 flat protection. Versus that is 81% and 1.2. So the scale mail is stronger, but you can then make it into plate mail. Just slap some chain netter on your head. You're good. The downside is I believe that's 2 ingots. Yeah, it's 2 ingots per segment of chain, so that would be 6 ingots just to make that. I don't think I want to do that right now. There was other things we could make with that, so I'm looking for anything important. We could definitely make ourselves bronze shields and all that. That'd be more resources. I saw there was some other things. I don't really care about the spear. There's the hammerheads. We could make another hammer. That wouldn't be a bad use. So 2 for a plate, 1 for a hammer, and I'd need 1 more material. We already have a bronze anvil. The lantern requires a bunch of materials I don't have yet. We have a bunch of other shields running around here. A bronze gem necklace. I don't even know what that would do for me. A bronze bracelet. Bronze tablet. We actually have the bronze armlet. We found one of those earlier. The bronze helve hammer. I think that's those things that just bangs and stuff for you automatically. A bronze hoop. Which is an ingredient for the shield. So fighting where I can actually see that'd be good. We have the pounder cap, which we already used for the pulverizer. I could have sworn there's another thing other than a rod. Shields are nice if you plan to go caving, but not that needed on surface baddies. Yeah, but the problem is with caving, I also need a light resource, and I believe you could find like a belt or whatever to go on the back to do stuff, but there's all that. Yeah, so the hammer, the plate, and one more. I could just make another pickaxe. That's fine. I'll always need more pickaxes, that's fine. So let that heat up real quick. If I'm not mistaken, I got a bunch of packed dirt here. Then grab that for enclosing the below space. Okay, so this will be for the pickaxe. Alright. And normally you have like a mini game where it doesn't just automatically put each piece in place. But it is those things that gets like very kind of tiresome and laborious to do. So I did grab a mod called Napster to deal with that. Alright, so let's see. The other thing I said to get was I would make the hammer. I know we need the... Let's just get the plate before I forget, because I'll forget about the plate. Yeah, so get the plate done. And I think I said I was going to use the last one for the hammer. Because we're going to do a pickaxe head, a hammer, and the plate. Because that'll let me make the better mining bag. Because I had debated the chain to make a chainmail helmet, which wouldn't be a terrible idea. The only problem is that would be 6 bronze plates just to make that. And I don't think that's the end of the world. But it is a whole thing. Okay. Yes, I think I said the hammer. Let's see what we got here. Spearhead shovel. The shears I think we're okay for right now. We got all that stuff. The scales will be fine. The nails and strips are definitely what I could use more of, but I think I want those to be in iron later. The boss will be for shields. Yeah, so I think let's go ahead and make the hammer. Because our current hammer head is already down to about 1/3 of its health. And that's those ones I don't want to accidentally forget about. Because then I gotta turn to using the molds, which wouldn't be the end of the world, but then I gotta hunt through molds and I don't want to do that. Okay, so grab the sticks. There's our pickaxe. There's our hammer. We can grab the bag. There's our mining bag. The mining bag, it isn't used for anything other than what we got. And the leather bags are just what they are. Okay, so if we go here, we move all that over there. So it says you're empty. And now I've got all that area. We can chuck that in here. This will be just our extra equipment stuff. I wonder if dirt qualifies. Okay, so dirt doesn't qualify as stone in this context, which makes sense. Oh, right, I need to drop these off. Give myself a little bit more inventory space. Put you on. And I'm expecting to potentially have a pretty... Eh. I should not have come down here. Let me out. Okay, they own that spot. That belongs to them. Oh, right, the new hammer. Thank you. That's their room. It belongs to them. I went to discuss the terms of their continued lease. They made a very, very compelling argument that I should give them a maximum discount. Really, really honestly, more people should listen to them. They really know their marketing pitch. Okay, so we've got now the flax thread. Right, so if we want to do a recurve bow, so a dry recurve bow shaft, a raw recurve bow shaft, a raw long bow shaft. Oh, that's just 2 logs? Are any logs acceptable? So we got maple, walnut. Oh, yeah, so we're fine here. Bow stave, not bow stave. Bow staves are typically left on a tool rack to dry, though they can be also dry in your inventory. Containers will inhibit driving. Okay, so they make the, we'd make that into a bow shaft, which then we can make into a recurve bow after we dry it. And then literally all I'm missing for this is 2 raw meat. And that gives me 30% accuracy and 4 piercing. Honestly, it doesn't seem like that hard of a thing to make. Is there any other fancier bows that we need to worry about to see what... We got simple, crude, long, recurve. Recurve's the best bow we can make. Alright, so with that, yeah, so what I could do here is... Do I have wood set aside anymore? I don't even remember. We got the oak down here. I'm gonna go ahead and make 2 bow staves. We can go up to our wall here. Grab you. Long bow stave. So the recurve bow stave, I just basically do it again. Cool. And then it just needs to dry. Oh, here, we could take you 2 upstairs. Okay, we'll eat some of our stew. Put the bowl away. Eat more of our stew. Go to sleep for a couple of hours. Okay. Alright, give me a minute, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to quickly do that, and I'll be back in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. It would seem when things crashed earlier, it killed Stream Deck as well. Alright, so I just get to manually do it. Cool. Yep, and it would appear that the crash earlier also took out the thing that... Oh, good. My oh, there it goes. There it goes. So it seems like earlier where I have my camera, or my, not my camera, my thing does the clip reel, it also broke the in OBS web browser. Yeah, for those who missed it, we had a hard crash in OBS way earlier today with, we were playing a game called Campus Life, and had a good time for like 4 hours, and then it just killed OBS. So we managed to get everything back up and running, but a lot of stuff's not working, and the only way to get it to working is to shut down the entire stream to do it. And for those who don't know with the streaming stuff, when you get to that stage, if you're shutting down the whole stream, you're calling it a night. Like, unless it's right at the beginning of the stream, that's ending the day kind of thing. What is the name of the mod for the clock temp etc. you have? That is an excellent question. I am willing to bet somebody knows. And while I certainly should be me, I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember. I'm willing to bet some of the people who play the game are probably like, ah, I recognize it, it's that one. Status HUD might be continued. Yes, that sounds right. Okay, so let's go over here. Because now what we're gonna do is we're gonna run on down here. We're gonna try and get to where the iron is. And see if we can't hopefully actually find it. I think we're going into bad weather because we're getting into daytime and it's getting darker. So hopefully pretty soon we start seeing the oh, let's make sure we have our food in our bar. Hopefully pretty soon. What's the sleep status at the top right? It's saying I cannot go back to sleep for that amount of time. The game does have a cooldown where you can't like sleep back to back to back. Your character will be like, I'm not tired. Now, if we get lucky, and we see some, like, foxes or whatever, I might be able to score a couple instances of bushmeat. And we have that weird situation now where I have a bow where I need bushmeat to make it. Like I said, I'm pretty sure you count as red meat, but I'm going to kill you anyways because you're available. Hey, rabbit. Thank you for your contribution to my survival. Yeah, so rabbit is red meat. That's still food. I don't need to go after later. From here we go east by southeast. That'll take us to where we spotted the or where we surveyed for the magnetite. That we're desperately seeking and not really having a good time of locating. I do hope when I take the time to make plate mail and all that, that it actually enjoys a fairly long lifespan. Like, obviously it's not going to last forever, but if it is something that you put in all that time to make the plate mail, and you can basically wear it out in the course of one gameplay session, that's a lot of time investment. Like, that'd be kind of the thing, I'd just endure the occasional death and accept it at face value, rather than use that. Like, the leather armor also is taking a pretty chunky amount of time to make. Okay, so we got carrots here. Were there more? No, looks like that was the carrots we have. Oh, there's another spot right there. Alright, yeah, so still east by southeast. And for those who are not familiar with the way that works in cardinal directions, where you could say something like is, if we look at this, so we're walking here, this is east of me, that's south. So, you know, east, if I say southeast, I'm saying it's down here. If I say east by southeast, it's saying, alright, well there's southeast, there's east, somewhere in between there. So like south by southeast would be down here, south by southwest would be down there. You get the idea. Because I know that's one of those things that a lot of schools, they'll teach you north, south, east, west, you know, and then southeast is pretty easy to put together. You know, it's south and east. But at the same time, I could see people not understanding what south by southeast means. Oh, hey. Did I survey this spot? I think we did. Because I gotta remember there's somewhere over here that I marked the spot that's like, hey, here's where we got a fairly easy to get into entrance. Don't surveys persist in the map? They do. It's, when you look at the map, because I have it showing the magnetite, if I switch it to everything, it'll show them all, but your map filters do apply on your mini-map. So where the magnetite's there we're looking at, I can actually probably leave it on everything. But yeah. Now, I deliberately have it where you'll notice these are all, they're not evenly spaced, but you could kind of get an idea of how far apart I was spacing them. It's about one screen on the minimap. But as I was trying to, like, lock down, oh, I see something I want, but where's the actual spot I get at it kind of thing, then I would survey closer to see, like, the percentages until I see which one's got the highest percentage. And, you know, that's where I try to do my investigation. Okay, so they put our secondary entrance over here, which goes straight on down to the abyss depths. And when I say straight on down, it's actually a big ramp and then a cave, so it's not straight on down by any metric. But straight on down to the abyss. I keep thinking more and more and more I should dig the tile above my head one more, and then set the steps to it. Can I put that just so I could see where that was? Oh, we're going down here and very high? That's not a smart move. Yeah, we need to be fast. No. Okay. Because I'm already here, I'm gonna go for it. But it is not a smart idea, because I believe that'll determine, like, how aggressively stuff spawns down here. It's interesting that even though I've got a specialized bag, it did ultimately decide to prioritize. Update the map ore type. I mean, at this point, I know the surrounding pins are the ones we want. The green one over here isn't a good one, but those two yellow ones above me is ultimately where I'm aiming kind of thing. Okay, so I cannot see that. So we'll keep the same strategy of every time I get about a stack's worth, I'm going to deal with this stuff. Okay, so let's survey for this. No ore nearby. But now we're going to turn north, because that's where we detected the more stuff. And I'll drop this behind me here. And I'm doing that way the enemies that spawn in will get stuck on it, hopefully. Okay, there goes our first pickaxe. We'll drop that into our bag. I'm also curious how deep we go before we hit, you know, quote-unquote, the bottom. I'm assuming at some point we hit some type of, like, bedrock or lava or, you know, some other, hey, you're kind of cut off from continuing to go deeper. Alright, so we got medium amounts of bismuthite. Alright. Which is good. At least coming back here, I've got quartz here, I've got bismuthite here, I've got lots of stuff down here. At the very bottom, you'll find me. Excellent. Am liking for like a lazy measuring strategy. Just mining forward until I get a full stack of ore. Do the survey. And then plunk a fence down. Alright. No ore nearby. Yeah, because at minus 71 depth now. I'm also curious because there's a little scale there on the side. I'm curious if like that continues to lower as we get deeper until we hit the bottom, or how any of that works. Like that's all new to me, and don't spoil it. Because again, this is my first playthrough, and this is the deepest we've mined so far. Okay, and check for more ore. No ore nearby. So we'll drop down one of these little gate things behind us. Drop you in the bag. Oh good, it switched to calm. That's good news. The audio down here does not feel friendly. It isn't. Like, if you actually notice my wheel in the middle of the screen here, I am slowly losing my sanity down here. They call it stability. It's the same basic mechanic. That gradually, as in your not hospitable places, it'll get worse and worse. And then eventually when it starts to get to like 10-20% or whatever it is, you'll basically create almost what's effectively a temporal storm around you, that the walls will start getting all trippy and monsters can spawn wherever the heck they feel like. Which is bad. survey around here, looking for more goodies. So we got quartz and bismuthite around here. That sounds like a significant inconvenience. Yes. The good news is it does take a while to crash. Alright. Another one of these. Okay. More quartz. It won't be too much longer till we're farther north than we were detecting the magnetite at any meaningful capacity. At which point, then we go down to the middle path again, and we dig deeper. Yeah, this will be the last stretch we go on this one, so we won't drop a fence behind us. We'll, just survey. If we find something, we look for it. If not, we start backtracking, pulling up all those fences. And just quartz. I'm honestly not sure. Like, I'm a little curious if we're gonna hit like a different type of ore even deeper. The big bummer is even when we do find iron, being this deep is going to be a whole hassle. I'm also wondering if I should take the time now, before our sanity is, like, really bad. Well, that's bismuth right above us. We'll just tag that to find later. Okay. Oh, I don't have the stairs with me anymore. Boo. Alright, well, with that said, we go deeper then. Honestly, with the mining bag, I could definitely see the argument about grabbing whatever ore we find. You know, barring it's something I just really don't need more of. So we were at minus 71 in that last one. We'll go to minus 81. Because we should be able to detect 6 above and below and all that with our mining. No ore found. Alright, it's time to go. We're starting to see trippy stuff on the wall. That is my cue to exit stage left. What I'm going to try to do is when we get up to this tunnel area. Oh, that is so bad. What are you? I don't know what a corrupted saw blade is. I'm not in the mood to find out right now. Okay. Is a soulblet but corrupted? Soulblet? Is it that thing that runs at you like it opens its mouth and all that? And I'm assuming the corrupted sawblade version of it is, hey, have you ever wanted to have your face pushed in? Face properly wrecked? We can give you that. We can give you that outcome. Alright, so sanity's gonna take a while to recover. So let's see if we can't find ourselves a couple of... Actually, you know what we can do? Do a little bit of surveying around here. Yeah, so pour on all the things we care about. We have a furniture trader. Cool. Oh, we actually have a shovel. Way down there, isn't it? It's just the timing of his hand coming in from the top of the screen, the crack sound. I thought something had come to get me. Startled myself for no reason. Okay, so we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4. It just seemed like something had come out of the corner of my eye and is just about to okie doke me. All right. Cool. So basically just did a little bit more surveying in the area. Pretty much demonstrated that like where we were already operating was probably the best area for what we're doing right now that we're aware of. In places where we got random caves and all that aren't going to do us a whole lot of good. Drop you in there. Alright. Doesn't look like it's surveyed up here anywhere. Because that's what we could do on our way home, is we could just survey some random spots here and there. Yeah, so we've got some red clay up here. Let's go survey by the red clay. Oh, that's not red clay, that's peat. I don't really need a bunch of peat. That's fine. So we're going to go ahead and do... survey down here. Can you build stairs with what you have in your inventory? No. You need clay as well. So 1, 2, 3... 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And we can survey that spot. Okay, so we got basically decent stuff for, I believe that's zinc, which is good, because I've been actually struggling a little bit on the zinc front. I don't need it right now, but that's a good find for later. Oh, hi. Got all that there. Also drop you off there. I'll try to move far enough over. Yeah, somewhere around here might not be a bad place to survey. Okay, so we'll check this spot. The 1. Two. One thing I should probably do is, even if it says there's minuscule amount of sources. Alright, so yeah, so we got another place here that says it's got zinc in the area. Yes, there's trace amounts of borax there. Which I've got a ton of that right now, but if I do need more, I can start hitting up a bunch of those nodes. Is borax useful? Yes. Use it a lot with like leather processing and all that. It's supposed to also be important for stuff like steel, though I haven't really messed with any of that yet, so to really know much about it. Alright. We'll go a little farther north here and mark the next spot. Yeah, that should be good. Just make sure we set to everything. Yeah. So pretty much I'm just scouting out on our way back. So there's lead right there. That's one thing. I don't need lead, and it takes up a lot of inventory space. We're going to ignore the lead. So there's one. I did hit it with my pickaxe, though, so it would get marked, because I have a mod that when I hit a node, it just adds it to the, adds it to my map, because that's what you're going to do anyways. Oh. That's annoying that that's that far down. Oh. There's quartz marked there. Okay, and there's a bunch of stuff here, but mostly in poor supply. I'm gonna block that hole off, just so I don't fall in it later. So I got more ores there. Yeah, because I didn't really check this peninsula, or whatever you want to call it, very well. I mean, this would be convenient to survey, so I'm just going to survey it. One. That should be enough, so two. And three. Alright. It shouldn't be too much longer till we're in range of where we already have stuff. Okay, and we'll plan for this little land bridge to have a spot. Okay, so one. Okay. There's also getting those dirt blocks we wanted. One, two, three. Little concerned about that going back to dirt, so four. So then I guess we'll go this way, so one, two, three. That was the last shovel we had ourselves. Four. Okay. What was that I just saw? Okay. I thought I saw something of more significance over there. It's just a texture difference that I didn't immediately recognize. Yeah, so we got a bunch of chickens over here. I don't want to kill those right now. I want to catch those for breeding later. So we don't have any surveyed areas over here, so let's go ahead and pop in here and get some more. Okay, so you're the first one. One. and that'll be that direction. And that'll be that direction. Yep, poor amounts of everything there. Yeah, so it seems like what you usually do is you just kind of survey around, and most of the stuff will be like, yeah, crap, 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 crap. And then every once in a while you'll have one where it's like, oh yeah, no, you actually have a good amount of this. Or there'll be something you're looking for. What are you? Oh, moose. I just had an entire screen of animal that silently approached me. Alright, let's go ahead and get back there. Moose are scarier than bear. Yeah, alright, well it looks like we're actually relatively close because I'm running this way and I'm seeing our little rip icon very quickly move. Which means it's closer to us. Okay, so I assume... Yes, you're down there, so I need off of this. Because that, like, skybridge thing doesn't actually get back down to ground yet. Let's go get our stuff back before it despawns. Because I haven't had a proper death in a while. Seems to have, like, one death per entire stream, usually. And it's always something like that, where I'm doing something and some other enemy out of nowhere comes out and just wrecks my day. Alright. Okay, just stick. Biggest bummer here is poor visibility. I practically run into it before I realize it's there. Oh, stupid snow shoving me around. Just try a different route. I don't like with the train, I can't see. The moose. Okay, there's the moose camping my body. Okay, get the weapon onto our first slot, and honestly, the rest I'm not worried about right now. Yeah. Part of me really wants to hunt the moose, but I have a feeling me trying to take on that moose in melee, I'm assuming it recovers most of its health while I'm doing the run back and forth if I die, is just going to be a waste of time. Put a lot of my stuff at risk. Alright, so let's get down here. Reorganize our equipment properly. Get the dirt block away from here. Get those combined, get you into position. You're fine. Looks like the rest is just fine. Okay. Let's do a quick survey here. So 1. Because you never know what's going to be always ones I pop down to like this. So 1, 2, 3. That we end up striking like, oh hey, it's got a lot of, you know, iron or whatever. Okay, so we've got that one. And then we're just gonna have to run home because of food. And cold, apparently. Yep, and this one's crap. Okay. Apparently I haven't surveyed up here either. There's supposed to be a cave entrance right over here somewhere. I can't get a stone without digging way down. That's fine. We'll just run up here, catch our road, run home. I'm gonna have to make the last bread I can make. Wait, don't I have more meat? I have 1 meat. The last bread we can make. And go from there. Okay. That's starvation kicking in. So, this does say something that we're in the middle of the night, and it's still only getting to... No, it's about the same. Never mind. I was going to say it's not getting nearly as cold now. Alright, so... We don't need to worry about the seeds and all that. I'm not super fussed about the starvation. It takes a while for the starvation to get anything done. I just can't dilly-dally way too much. I'm just trying to offload some junk. We've got the meat. So, for the meat, if I want to make a meat pie... I would need pickled soybean? Oh no, I could use soybean this, so I would need 2 red meat. So unfortunately, I cannot make a meat pie. I am going to chuck this in here for right now. Give me that. Chuck you in there. That'll keep for only 7 days. That's not great, but I think that's fine for our purposes right now. The lime doesn't actually need to be in there. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We got all that. We could take the lime and for right now just chuck it in there with that. Come on, let me out. Let me out, there we go. Grab you. Bread. Get more water. Bread. More water. Okay. Put you back. Drop you there. Fill that up with firewood and get it started. Let's just grab the meat. I was going to try to save the meat to see if I could get enough for a meat pie or something better, but I'm realizing I'm using the last of my bread right now, so that is kind of a complete and utter waste. And while I'd love to make a decent stew with it, I've only got 1 unit, so I'm just going to make it cooked meat. Oh, it just switched where it was. Okay, so that should be done getting heat up. Where's the other meat? I only had the 1 unit. So I figured I'd cook the 1 unit there. Gonna probably need just a little bit more firewood to get that cooked. From like 2 or 3 hours ago, you said you had like 3? Yeah, no, we cooked that into stew. From rabbit and boar? Yeah, no, we cooked and ate all that, I think. I'm pretty sure we ate all that. Yeah, I think we made like a really hearty stew, and I just finished that stew. That's what I was eating while we were down in the mines, was all that leftover stew. It does remind me, I need to put my bowl back. Yeah, you actually need like 8 meat per pie because it's 4 units of filling. So each meat, so... Oh, I see what you're saying. Gotcha. Okay, and we got some meat. Alright, so we're no longer actively starving. We can drop off this, and we're going to do inventory management as the bread cooks. And this is where we're actually in kind of some trouble. And the reason we're in trouble at this stage now is I don't have more food stores. So I am going to need to actively seek out food. And the issue we have there is I can find the occasional like carrot or parsnip or whatever to eat, but they're pretty hard to come by ones that actually give me food. Otherwise, it's going to be killing stuff, and genuinely speaking, we're at the point I've run out of arrows and feathers, so making arrows is a problem in its own right. Let's actually check one thing real fast. Arrow. Yeah, so we got our crude... Oh, actually... Oh, yeah, that's right. This is one only for the boyer, so I can make the flint arrows, but that requires feathers. All of these arrows... Yeah, all those require feathers. Blackguard short sword. Interesting. Yeah, so feathers, they can be obtained from roosters and hens. So chickens are the only source for making arrows. Hunting might be the wrong word. Moose combat. I mean, that might actually be what it comes down to. It might actually be me seeking out that moose during the day. Oh yeah, no, I can make spears. That's right. I completely forgot that you could throw spears in this game. So it might genuinely be me making a stack of spears and then just hucking them at things. I'm not loving that idea, but you're not wrong that that is probably what it's going to come down to, is creeping up on some deer, whacking it with a throwing spear, have it run off a little ways, and repeat that process until it stops running off. Your Neanderthal ancestors would be proud. I mean, except that the reality is the ice age that pretty much wiped out Neanderthals. They didn't do as well, because if I remember correctly, the big problem was Neanderthals had a great deal of difficulty hunting smaller things like rabbits and all that. That they were mostly good at, you know, killing larger prey. So as those became more and more scarce, that's when they kind of really struggled to survive. And then effectively, between that and then effectively, you know, Homo sapien and Neanderthal and all that, you know, intermingling kind of was a combination of those two things that made them stop being their own thing. Because it's one of the things that people actually forget about, that Homo sapien, humans, like modern human, one of the things that we are considered the most skilled at is that you can pick up a random object and within seconds you can have a really rough ability to throw that object and land within a reasonable target. Now, obviously, you're not going to precision throw some like rock or whatever you pick up in seconds, but for what we can do so far as the speed at which we can grab something and then chuck it and actually hit reasonably within a target is something that we're particularly adept at. There are animals who far more precise, but it's usually way shorter range and a whole bunch of things. So it's just, for whatever reason, it is like one of the skills that we have. That and endurance running. Endurance running is another thing that human beings are really good at. Let's see, the ability to attack at range is an insane advantage in nature. Oh yeah, there's really when it boils down to it, the number of animals that have a capability of any type of ranged attack is a pretty short list. It's primarily like you've got a bunch of mammals, and then you've got stuff like the lizards that can shoot blood out of their eyes, but that's a very different thing. Yeah, we sweat like a champion. We have sweat glands, more sweat glands than I'll say, I think. Yeah, that's our primary way of cooling off. Versus, alright, that's gonna cause it to have to heat up. Versus, like, that's one of the big things is, like, with dogs and that kind of stuff, when you see them overheat, their only mechanism is panting. Which works, but is definitely not the greatest when it comes to heat management. Their strategies are just more durable to heat to begin with. And then it's a matter of, anything time something gets over it, their ability to mitigate is not good. Let's see, archerfish can spit water well, mantis shrimp can harpoon things, but nothing quite the same as chucking rock. Yeah, that's the kind of thing. There are other animals who do ranged stuff, but it's a very short list. It is a very exclusive club within the animal kingdom. Bow before my rock-chucking nature. Yeah? So we got, let's see, 1, 2, 3... Let's plan for 5 spears. That's probably extreme overkill from practicality point. And we'll grab the flint. So, spearhead. Spearhead. Grab that with the spearhead again. I need another stone, though. So if I grab 2 of those... I just realized I have a whole bag of these. That is an interesting consideration, that with all that stone in that inventory, I could, in theory, just carry a stack of that stone, and if I start running low on spears just out in the woods, all I'm missing is the stick. There's your last one. All I'm missing is the stick, so I very genuinely could just chuck that in there. In the meantime, I don't want to carry that much stone, though, so put the small amount back here. Alright, so boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, and boom. We've hit the limit of what one crate can carry. Alright, so we'll grab 12 of those, because that means I'll be able to make 12 more spears if needed. Alright, so Moosey Boy who got us before, was over this way to the west. I mean, we can just go to where my corpse is. What am I talking about? Yeah, so let's just run over there. Let's actually not run. We're now in food conservation effort. I got my 14 bread and a couple of veggies back home. And then it's done. Then we get to look longingly at an empty bowl and wish we had made better decisions with our life during the earlier seasons. Oh, bunny. Bunny, bunny. Let me harvest the bunny. Oh, that wasn't a bunny, that was a deer. It was a tiny little baby deer that was starving. So I didn't even get meat out of it. Well. Look, man, I was hungry. I thought I was gonna get a bite of food out of it. What are you? Okay, leave the baby deer alone. I don't think I'm gonna get any food out of them. Oh, there's... Alright, so what would be the best way for me to do this? Can I push you into a wall that you will have difficulty traversing so that I can proceed to stab the crap out of you? We're just gonna stalk it for a while, most likely lose track of it, and then regret that decision. Oh, you getting stuck? Nicely done. Oh yeah, 8 meat. Just a full meal. I think I canceled the bandage. There we go. That wasn't just a deer. That was a deer with some heft on it. Does a better knife get better results from animals? I have absolutely no idea, honestly. A lot of those things didn't seem to give me more for having the better tool. So you are figuring out how to climb. What are you? Oh, that explains I was getting the red meat, as I thought I was hunting rabbits, I was hunting baby deer. Look. They're all covered in snow, and it makes them all kind of look the same. They're all fuzzy things covered with Okay, so we got the chicken. Again, we want to spare the chicken for now. What are you? You are a baby deer. You may live. Because we've already killed one that gave me literally no food. Which means I ruined Tomorrow Moon. It does a faster job? Yeah, that's no problem. I actually have a bronze knife on me, but I would like to use up the knife I've already got. So that we don't have multiple inventory spots for the same tool. Okay, so let's be careful. There's a moose in them there hills. And it's already claimed me once. Because all I know is it just showed up out of left field before we could see anything. My entire screen was moose. And I was trying desperately to make that not end tragically. Alright, so I'm going to cut down the pear tree. So I can plant it nearer to home. That's fine. So we've got a chicken swimming in the frozen water. There's moose friend and deer. And that's not a baby. I see you hiding on the other side of the hill. I know your plan. You're going to wait till I get right over there. And then you're going to aggress on me. Alright. That's how it's done. I noticed one of those counted as 2 hits. It hit it and then fell, and because of its position, it counted it a second time. Alright. Stack it in there. Cool. So I got 1, 2... There should be 5 spears. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4. Did I already lose a spear? So 1, 2, 3, 4. I made 5. You don't just straight up break. Oh, right. I threw it uphill and missed. Yeah, that's right. I did throw one high. So I was standing down... No, I was standing over here throwing up there. There's a real good chance it went down in the water. If that's the case, it's probably gone because I won't find it. I'm not super worried if we don't find it because, alright, so it was down here, throwing up that way. So it went down, so it was like, I tagged it twice, it went over here, I tagged it once, missed, and then I tagged it the second time. So it should be in this area. Like, in that direction. I don't know where the actual drop is, because the spears fall fat earlier. So go ahead and pull these up a little bit, just in case it's hiding it. Check the trees, that's kind of what I was thinking, is this brush right here, I could see it getting lost in. I don't think those spears carry very far. We could do a deliberate test and just chuck another spear in that direction. Water, yeah, no, I peeked down there, I didn't see it in the water. But I very well could have missed it. If I walk over, it'll get picked up? Yes, as long as I got the inventory space. Yeah, I don't realistically think it'd be that far. Oh, we have ourselves another tree I want to grab. Yep, I'm just going to write that spear off. If we see it later, great. If not, that's fine too. So this will be a cherry tree. You must launch in space. Nah, it's probably just sitting over here. It's just probably either like in the brush or it hit the water. What I can do is let's do a quick test. So again, we were around here, and I went to throw it up there. It didn't look like it was going to go very far. Now's where I one by one keep throwing my spears up here and keep losing them in the exact same spot. So I have a collection of like 5 lost spears. Because it looked like it was going to come down, honestly, like pretty close, like over there. Yeah, because it crested just over there, so I'd expect to find it like... Let's pop the snow just in case it can like weirdly glitch through the ice or something like that. No, I don't see it. Well, there's one. So I'm definitely not giving it credit for as far as those spears can get. Alright, well I got the spear back, let's not push our luck. So I'm still down a spear, but I have no idea where it went. Okay, so we're not going to bother the chicken. I want to save them for breeding later. I just don't want to bother capturing them right now because I don't have food to give them, so you know that's not going to go well. So I saw a pair of deer over here. I might have gone that way, or it's right there. That answers that question. Well, right now I'm just looking for food. If I get bushmeat, that's good. This is probably a terrible idea. Alright, where'd the big old buck go? There's the doe. But I did have 2 good hits on the buck. I'd assumed it would have kept running this way. But I sure don't see it. I will say, the aim on those spears long range, not amazing. I also may have been throwing at something that just wasn't even there And there was one stuck in the tree, I believe. Let's see. So there's 3. I have no idea where it went. I thought I saw it go really wide to the right and hit this tree. Then I lost sight of it trying to run up to it. Or maybe I just threw it way high? Again, not a big deal. I can make more of them very easily. Yep, no, I'm aware. It's getting dark enough, though, that I can't see, so... I still got bread on me. It's in the hill where I thought the deer was. Oh, I see it. There you go. Thank you. That crap out of my inventory. And I picked it up again. So yeah, unfortunately with it getting this dark, my ability to hunt is going to be greatly diminished. Yeah, and those deer gave me the slip. That's fine. We got a deer, we got a moose. There was one in a bush next to where the other spears landed to the left. Yeah, I think I already got it, because I only had the 4 spears here. So if there's an extra spear, I need to be talking about who managed to hack into my computer and join my server. Alright, so let's not go through the water. Because who knows, maybe I'll get lucky and find a fox or something like that. The Vintage Story Herobrine. Man, I remember those rumors being around forever. That was like before Ender Dragon and everything, there was the whole rumors around that. Because by the time Ender Dragon came out, I was pretty much done with Minecraft. I just burnt myself out on it. I haven't really played in any meaningful capacity since then. Like, I popped on once or twice for, like, you know, a play session or 2, and that was about it with friends. Alright, so we're coming home with 14 meat, so we had a successful outing of hunting. The problem is I have no more bread, or no more dough. If I had dough, we could. But the bread I have in my inventory was the last of our dough. That was the reason why I was like, I have to go hunt now. Because we got a couple of veggies in a container that I've just picked up during the winter. That's pretty much that. Low-key, I'm waiting to be going this way and have a completely different moose just show up and wreck my day. Because meat only keeps for like 2 days in your inventory. So I definitely want to get that home. When I make it stew, it'll last a while. And hopefully we see the deer population recover a bit. Alright, so one of the next things we can do is we don't have another survey around here anywhere. So let's, hello, where did you go, Rabbit? Rabbit? That's the raw red meat. I will go ahead and shove that in the stack. Okay. Trying to look for if there's an easy / obvious place for me to yeah, I can go here to try to quickly survey. All right, so there's the first one. So that's 1 tile, 2, 3, 4, and 1. 2, 3, and 4. Okay, so we have a survey from over here as well. It's all junk. That's fine. Just gonna shove that there. Eat some more bread. Alright, Enoch, you go ahead and get that sleep. Thank you again for tuning in. All that. It's appreciated. Thank you for all your help with like the moderating and all that. Okay. All right, and now we can just run on home with our highway. Then we've got a ton of meat that I can make into a bunch of servings of food. Alright, so I've got 15 meat. We need to get that cooking soon because it does not keep very long. So I'm going to need to clear up some inventory. I've got a pear tree. Let's go to where we have our stuff here. So that's red apple, pear tree cutting. There we go. And a cherry tree. Okay. That's some inventory cleared. You can cut up, can't you? I don't think so. Yeah, so I can let it rot. I can make meat stew. I can make meat pies. I can make soup, which is interesting. I just have to add water. Cooking directions. Put a pot on the fire pit. Gather ingredients. Make sure you have a liter of stock. Yeah, so we can make soup or we can make stew. And the stew doesn't have extra water added to it. Otherwise, we can just cook red meat. So now at the inventory spot open, we grab one of these, chuck you here, do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're making 5 servings of hearty meat stew. Is it the most efficient? I have no idea. And don't spoil it for me either way. They're making ourselves some hearty meat stew. So I will need 1, 2, 3, 4. Five bowls. No problem. I can't tell. Oh, I actually can see. So there's a minute left. So when the ad breaks over, I'll make sure that gets answered. So you got bones there. You got fat down here. We got antlers and all that to process. So you got diluted borax. I need more diluted borax for those. So I can go here. I mean, we're at the point where I'd probably need more anyways. Okay, you cannot cut up the meat. There's only a handful of things you can make, and ground up stuff is not among them. Okay, so I got the prepared. So let's go ahead and try chucking you over here. So you can get that going into leather. And that's the weak tannin. Then grab that. Chuck you in there. And that's weak tannin. Then grab you. And chuck you in here. Okay, so let's try this. So we already know we can't put 3 in there. I can put 2. So that'll help with that. So you can go ahead and toss that one in there for later processing. You just became available and you're prepared. That requires strong tannin, and I do not have more strong tannin available right this second. So chuck you in there. Cool, so I got all that going. My stew should probably be done, so we're going to have 5 servings of hearty meat stew. Let me out. The fact that the snow counts as 1 tile higher, so stairs stop working and that kind of thing, I feel should not work that way. Alright, let's hold up eating our bread. Our bread is good for another week. That's still cooking. We can get rid of the deer antlers and all that for processing into bone meal later. It's in here, so there's those antlers. Got more chert brick to just get rid of. We got more bone to ditch. All right. Can drop that off. Grab our bowls. Okay. Oh yeah, that is some soup. So I think the cooked soup will keep for like 2 days or so, so that should be enough to pretty close to get me through the next like 2.5 days. And I have some more bread after that to work on the rest. Go peek at our greenhouse real quick. Because I definitely goofed and planted stuff way too early. So, yeah, this is just a problem. I definitely goofed. So yeah, in the future, don't plant anything till it's above freezing entirely. I was like, yeah, it's within the heat tolerance. That's fine. Not exactly how it works. Okay, so it's just about to be midnight. Let's try going down below and seeing if I can't do the packed dirt stuff I've been trying to do. Because last time we tried to go down below, it was a god-awful nightmare. That the enemies down there clearly let me know that they were in charge, and I was only permitted to be there at their mercy. And they did not have any of that mercy I speak of at that time. We didn't die, but we got handily forced to retreat. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. Cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Well, that was nowhere near as bad as I thought it was going to be. Okay, so we have all of this enclosed. This is the largest dimensions horizontally and vertically, like width and lengthwise, you can have for a charcoal pit. Not height wise though. Height I could go way deeper, but that is going to be a tremendous undertaking if I go to do that. So I'm not going to worry about that right now. How's the greenhouse doing? It's doing fine. I'm using it too early, which is a problem. So what's actually happening is the crops aren't growing. They're actually getting a longer grow time, which I'm curious how that actually works out in the long run. I'm really hoping the crops don't die in there before it gets warm enough for them to survive. But it's a very real possibility. Okay. So we slept until daytime just fine. Okay, so it looks like my stew, I have 5 days on the stew. I do have a ton of spears on me and a bunch of other stuff. Genuinely, let's start heading over here towards where my iron's at. And if we see any critters, we'll kill them. But we can do that. If you put a few berry bushes in there, will they grow? I don't know. I think they won't because they're still negative temperatures, and the implication I kind of got was that negative temperatures means no growth. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So it sounds like what I might actually need to do is, okay, so calm. What I might actually need to do if I want to... Well, I mean, it's I basically just need to last a little while longer, and then we should start being able to have stuff grow. Because we're reaching the end of February, and generally speaking, between, like... If you're considering this area to be a temperate climate, usually your end of winter is March to April to May, all depending on what it is, but we should be warming up in that we officially reach spring sometime in that broad time frame. You know, and by spring we should be able to grow stuff. But yeah, no, it is a thing that I do think it would be worth my time for the next winter to have a greenhouse ready for the berry bushes to kind of, as we start working our way into fall, to have a berry greenhouse as well. I'm honestly curious how much grow area I should consider having, because it doesn't feel like it's one of those things I have to worry about accidentally having too much. Because worst case, I just pull up all the produce when it's done, and then just chuck it chuck it into storage. It lasts multiple years, so who cares? Okay, so that's our inventory full because I found flax, and it was mature enough that I was able to get crops and everything out of it. Alright. You make a greenhouse hotter by putting a campfire in it? I don't think so. Like, even if I could, the amount of wood I would have to feed it to keep it going would be very prohibitive. Because, like, a piece of firewood in a campfire really only lasts, like, a couple of minutes or so. Like, just making the soup, for example, we put 8 sticks of, firewood in there to cook it. So for something that's going to take real-life hours if we were to not sleep or anything to grow, and then do that, it's gonna be a pretty insurmountable thing. Oh yeah, no, definitely, like, that's the thing. It was our very first winter playing the game. We had a lot of things we did right. Like, very genuinely, I feel like the going out of her way to hold on to a bunch of the grains and all that versus using that to extend the time, that all worked out. I do think I learned the lesson of not committing to making the grains into flour early. Like, not worrying about trying to extend their shelf life. It's years to begin with, so you've already got plenty. And instead saving it for porridge for around the base food, I think was the better choice. That, you know, I kind of wish I had done that. Okay, let's switch that out for a stew that's fresh. We learned that basically I just need more food, which is fine. It was our very first winter. We prepared what we could. We were splitting our responsibilities between a ton of different things, so I could have easily gone way more food going into winter if I had spent more time on that and less time trying to hunt down copper and all that while we were learning. We will likely be able to get some type of chickens or something happening before our next winter, so that way you can keep stuff going there. Okay, and there's your door in. And honestly, at this point, drop that down in there. Oh, there's the stairs. Alright. Animals are a pain to take care of, is what you heard? Yeah, so it seems like you have to maintain feeding troughs and all that, but it seems like that's the only way to reasonably get feathers. So I probably kind of need to do it regardless. Oh yeah, so one thing I was debating doing is not make it where I have to go through that whole tunnel system over there. Start digging down here. And start this whole process of looking for the material up at these higher depths. Kind of mulligan it. See if we can't figure stuff out. Which does mean I'll likely crisscross over paths we already had. Can you actually get iron from T2 rock? It shows on the andesite. That's what it showed as the, what is it? Magnetite showing up in. So I'd assume we can. Because it shows us being in this area. and we've continued to feel this. I might actually keep... Yeah, what I'll do is I'll keep going this way like I've been. And we'll get down to... Like, every once in a while I'll go ahead and do the prospecting. But we'll get down to the 80 or so that we were on the other spot. So we are continuing to check out new area. Alright. I need to go grab the... We've got a stack of the stairs. I really should just make it so I can run up and down stairs real fast to get in and out of here. For as much as we're going down here. But yeah, so this way, now when I go in that entrance, I can just run down here. Alright. Okay, so we've got the Bismuth Knight. Alright, do I want to dig this up? Because I already have tons of this. I'm not going to go out of my way for it, but I'll dig through it. I'm going to get some... Is this mod or vanilla? It's mostly vanilla. I've got 2 UI mods, and then I've got the one mod that when I go to nap, I don't have to like go and do every single little tile myself. But otherwise, it's mostly vanilla. And that's just because after napping things for like the 100th time, my little fingers didn't want to deal with it anymore. Alright. Should you drop 15 on Counter-Strike gambling? Thoughts? I mean, I wouldn't drop any real money on gambling anyways. I just consider that deleted. But money has a different value to everyone. If you're flush with money, that means nothing to you. If you're struggling to make your rent, you know that money means a lot to you. So I can't really give, like, only you can answer that question. Personally, though, I would not gamble on Counter-Strike. I also just generally don't gamble at all, but like not like being judgy about people who do gamble. I should rephrase that. Like there used to be the gambling boats. I used to be over that way, and every once in a while I'd go with my buddies, but it's kind of like you'd bring 20 bucks with you or whatever you're quote unquote donating to the house to go on like the little boat. But it was more about going out there and then hanging with your friends.
Hey, handsome.
Hi, wifey.
I'm heading downstairs.
Okay, you sleep well.
You sleep well and remember to stay handsome.
Can't stay when I'm not. We've talked about that. I love you too.
I love you more.
I'm dubious. You also stayed up way too late. Hey, Leafy Pew. Also, can we get a shout out for Treacle, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. Definitely go to times over there. Plays a lot of RimWorld among other games. So if you like RimWorld, you can find the RimWorld over there. Alright, yeah, so we'll be able to go here till basically we're full. Let's see. You don't have much interest in gambling? Use it as a joke with friends? Yeah. You forgot to stay handsome in the past. Yep, it happens. sometimes you just forget to be handsome. And it becomes a whole thing, and you need to talk about it. Alright. So I'm going to kind of go by the idea that every time we get another full stack of the stone that I prospect, because that seems to be appropriate. If you forget to stay handsome, is that how you become ugly? Is that a choice? I'm going to go with yes. Now granted, the thing I used to joke with, sorry, I'm like juggling thoughts here. The thing I used to joke with when I was kind of helping watch a friend's kid kind of thing, you know, she would get her hair would get like all tangled up and everything, and it'd be one of those things like working all like getting all those tangles and stuff out of there for her. You know, it doesn't feel good. Especially as a little kid where you're like moving around a lot because you don't want to be stuck here dealing with things like messing with your hair. And it's like, well, this is the cost of beauty. The cost of beauty is pain. Pretty much, well, not a hard truth. It's more true than not that the cost of beauty is pain. Because almost everything you gotta do to, like, do your beautification stuff is at least uncomfortable, if not painful. Okay, so I'll grab you, chuck you on the ground. Let's see, your gambling extends to one lottery ticket. It's one you can win you $10,000 for 30 years. You know you'll never win, but entering it gives you the ability to dream. Yeah, that's the thing. What's the hardest ore in this game? I have no idea. Relatable, to be honest. Well, yeah, that's like that's the thing. It's one of those things that being aware that your chance of winning are so infinitely small that it's not like a sound investment, or you don't fall into the trap of, well, I've thrown this much money at it, you know, if I stop now, like, that's just money lost. Like, as long as you don't fall into that, that's where gambling gets real dangerous. Let's see, would a wide search area with a pick be useful in the lower area, since you found chances at the top level? Could lower provide more information? You've stopped now? Oh boy, yeah, you know, sunk lost fallacy. Sunk cost fallacy, whatever. Does elevation make a difference with the prospecting? I didn't think it would. I mean, I guess it could, depending on how they do chunks in this game. I didn't think about the fact that chunks might have a Z-axis as well, so far as, like, you know, is a chunk, I don't know what the amount, let's say it's 32 by 32. Is it 32 XY column, or is it 32 by 32 by 32? And then how would they even show that on the map? I mean, I'm down to check. Okay. So let's hit this here. And I'm pretty close to that other mark. So let's see what happens if I do an area next to this mark. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. So that one's saying we have a decent, so that's 1.64, 1.61. Yeah, I don't think that's meaningfully changed. There are chunks, you can see them with the snow on the map where it hasn't updated. Yeah. It shows height in that as well. you're right. It does show height on both of these. That said, it's got the same basic amount, so I don't think it really matters. Like, it's within a very small gap of it. Alright, so I'm gonna get now out here pretty soon, because our psyche's taking a pretty bad hit. Yeah, and that's what I was thinking, is we're close enough that if it was within, like, 0.1 or so, then that's most likely just from that. Alright, so prospect this spot, and then we need to get out of here. No or nearby. Yeah, so that now leads up to the surface. So I really need to do, to get in and out of here faster, is turn these into stairs. Because you don't have the thing, like in Minecraft, where they'll go up one step per thing. Alright, we're starting to get trippy wall vision. So this is, like, actually pretty annoying to navigate. Too bad you need soil for the stairs. Well, it's clay. Honestly, if I was smart, I'd bring a stack of clay with me and convert them into stairs. Well, actually, I wouldn't even do that. I have 2 full stacks of stairs that I could go grab that are just already made, that have been taking up inventory I've been needing to use. What I might even do is, while we're waiting for this to recover, we can run back, drop off a bunch of the stone and all that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we took damage because of our psychology. Alright, let's go ahead and run back, drop this crap off. We can drop all this off while we're recovering. I can go grab the 2 stacks of stairs. And then we can make stairs that go down. Let's see. After the inventory search, yeah. Yeah, no, I think it was fine. Like, you know, obviously a person knew and was like, hey man, you need to prospect at different height. Like, if something like that, that'd be a bit backseating, but people are like, hey, does prospecting at different heights matter? Like, as a question mark? I think that's fair. Now, granted, it is definitely one of those things that, like, the line between those can be really hard to tell sometimes, because you don't really know who does and doesn't know about the game, so someone can present it as if it were a question when really they're deliberately leading you to an answer. So it is one of those things that's kind of a hard juggle. But it's also those things that, yeah, I've been working on getting this iron. And we could say, yeah, it's been 2 streams, 4 or 5 hours, but at the same time, we've also gotten a ton of other things done between, like, hunting, all the leather working, we got our greenhouse built. Like, honestly, I'd say the last stream, we probably put way more time into the greenhouse than anything. We only dipped down into the mining for iron maybe 2 or 3 times. The rest of it was mostly just dealing with greenhouse stuff. Oh, hey. Oh, that's Forget-Me-Not. Never mind. Hey, Italics! Thank you so much. Well, there goes my light. What have you done to me, Italics? What have you done? You were so generous with your support, and you've doomed us all. How was your stream and all that? Thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate it. I do hope you you had yourself a good stream and all that. What were you playing? Because all of my stuff is very broken. I was playing a new game earlier today that was actually pretty fun, Campus Life. But it crashed OBS, and so everything is super duper angry right now. But we're just dealing with it anyways. But thank you so much for that raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. Oh man, I think I even saw what you're playing earlier, but I don't remember. But regardless, for those who don't know, Italic's absolutely fantastic creator. Plays a whole lot of similar games to what we play here. You know, Rimworld, a whole bunch of other stuff. So definitely check them out. Really good times are there. Highly, 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 highly recommend. And thank you, Drew Banks, for the tier 1 gifty sub to Italic's. Sub to the channel for 3 months. I really do appreciate that. I'm trying to not deal with this because I have a full inventory and trying to find the grass in the dark and all that. So I do apologize about the pitch black screen. I got distracted during the raid and may have jumped directly into the water with my torch in hand. Luckily, that is a wolf I hear. That is not what I need in my life right now. But thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So I'm just holding spacebar for jumping purposes and hoping this works out. But yeah, so definitely check out Tux. And for those who don't know me, I am Rual Storge. I do play variety games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed at 135,121 zombies killed on one character, one life, with no mods to change itemization or vehicles on sweaty tryhard settings. That said, you'll notice there's a past tense in that, so I don't have that record anymore. But I am a variety streamer, play a whole range of games. Playing like games like Project Zomboid, Rimworld. I don't play much Project Zomboid anymore, but Rimworld, lots of city builders, settlement builders, tycoons, simulations, so like lots of farm sim, American Truck Sim, bunch of that. We've been playing some No Man's Sky recently. But yeah, so what was Italic's playing, by the way, so we could just get that out there, in case, because I think I missed it. Yeah. Oh, it's a World War II RTS game you played before. Kind of jumping around at the moment. Yeah, almost honestly all the channels I'm aware of around there. We've pretty much almost all been hopping around. Call to Arms, Gates of Hell, Ostfront. Big mouthful. Gotcha. Yeah, no, very genuinely, I would say I know more channels who are kind of just all over the place right now than anyone really focusing on one thing. We're just kind of in that stage where not a ton of big releases that fit the channels, because, like, you know, obviously there's Borderlands just dropped, but Rimworld the Borderlands is certainly a change. Okay, so let's put this away, grab this on the bar, and let's go back to just walking in darkness, because I have lights on the outside of my house. Big releases that fit the channel or player, definitely. Oh yeah, absolutely. And it's the same problem we've been having. That said, I've been definitely enjoying this. Oh, can I find my road? If I can find my road, which is a really big if, because this road is a sky road. I can't find this road. What am I talking about? I'm gonna have to, like, climb the ledge. It only meets at one place. It's fine. That road will generally head this way. I believe there's a bunch of ridges here. This does suck so much. What time is it? Oh, it's going into nighttime. Normally, if I had a lighter or something, I'd put my torch down and light it, but I don't. And my odds of finding grass and sticks and all of that in the dark to light it, I feel more confident that I could hold spacebar and move in the general direction of home and have it work out. You know what probably actually worked better? Is instead of trying to cross over here, because there's a whole bunch of these ridges, if I go north more, I believe I can go to where the lake is frozen over and just run across that. The alternative is we wander around aimlessly in the dark until daylight. Or we freeze to death. Yeah, no, in the past I've kept an extra light in my bag. I'm stuck on something and I can't really make out what it is. Here, I'm looking up at the stars. What am I stuck on? I'm guessing I fell into a cave or something. Because, like, in theory... Oh no, I am in water. But why can't I go this way? It's not frozen. At least I don't think it's frozen. Okay, so we're on land. As far as the turning up brightness, that might work. I actually have no idea where the brightness is. Oh, gamma. So it's like 225. Yeah, so it's one of those things that your brightness, they do have it set so you can't really cheese it. Which I appreciate. Okay. So what I need to do is just get past this. The problem is a lot of this is very mountainous. And that's what we're getting stuck on right now. If I can get past these ridges, my home is right over here. So we're just trying to navigate by mini-map at the moment. It is, but the problem is this is my sky road. So I'm actually trying to go this area over here. This area was lake that's completely frozen over. So if I run over into the frozen over lake, now I could effectively just go along where the water is, and the water goes right by my house. This is terrible. I mean, surprisingly, I'm actually going to get home okay. Is there no moon? Apparently not tonight. There is a moon. I just must be in that cycle where we're at, like, all that. Do you have to worry about hypothermia? Yes. The good news is I do actually have a decent amount of clothes on, so I should be seeing home anytime now. I think if I go around this ridge... Do I see light? Oh, I was looking at the sky. We made it. We're home. Yeah, no, that was it. I was still looking like way up. Alright, so good news is we can go ahead and we can drop off these two bowls. I have no idea which one of these is already eating. Okay. Just looking into the void. Hey, as long as you're looking into the void and screaming into the abyss, and not the other way around. The abyss is not insured for that. Okay, so we have, what is that? Peridotite and bauxite. So we can drop all this off. We've got some seeds that I can't grow yet. We got those I can't do yet. We did get some flax grain while we were out that time, so let's drop that off, because our food is getting pretty grim. But not an immediate concern. We can go over here, grab our hammer, and smash these for the ore. Put that away. And those can go in here. So I've got all that handled for right now. So meanwhile, put that torch in the wall. There was somewhere in here I already had one of the things for lighting fires. That while we're in... Oh, before I forget, grab those. Could have sworn I had a thing for starting fire just chucked in here. It's also possible that I had in my inventory, and one of the times I ran back and forth, I was short on inventory and I just decided to huck it. Okay, so let's drop you here, do this, grab you, do that, grab you, put you away, put you up there. Does this game allow stacking of your storage? Yeah. It's actually technically on the wall, not on top of that, but same difference. I can remove the wall and it would still work. Okay, so we've got those in separate stacks. Okay, so we're actually good to go back. Alright. So I've got my little highway here. Well, actually, you know what? Instead, let's go... I grabbed the stairs. Let's go ahead and go to sleep while it's dark. So I can go during the daytime. The thing is, I'm going to need more boxes for more of these stones. Because then with this, I can run while it's light outside, not have to worry about not being able to see. And all that. And I believe this is the last day of February. So then we'll be into March, and I'm really hoping we're getting to the tail end of winter. Because the area we're in, I believe, is a temperate climate. And I don't know exactly when all the changes all happen. Can you make stones into anything else? I can make them into path. Yeah, if we actually don't have any stones on me. I can make them into stuff like path. I can make these stones into cobblestone. I can... There was a couple other things you can make the stones into. Genuinely, I found for me, the thing I've been doing with them mostly is turning them into paths for this highway, because it consumes a lot of stone. And it's very convenient for getting around. That, like, you know, we're running all the way down here in one quick stint. Not having to go over everything. And for those who missed when I set up those highways, each one works different. I've got one that goes, that one's going over the terrain, like, following it. I have one that's the skyway, where it just kind of goes up and then over. And then I've got one I've been working on that's going to tunnel through everything. And it's just the different cardinal directions from home. Hey, we got onions. Alright. And I definitely feel like for next winter, I want to have a second greenhouse for the berries, so that we can keep producing berries and all that as long as possible. I honestly think we're going to be in really good shape by next winter, because I can use the summertime to just continue to grab, like... I need your meat! I need your meat! So badly I need your meat. Well... That's just mean. So I killed it, and it gave me a hide, which is nice and all, but apparently it was starving, and didn't give me any meat whatsoever. TOS. Because there's a bow I can make, a recurve bow, but I need 2 game meat to make it. Or not game meat, bush meat. And the only thing I found consistently gives me that are the foxes. The rabbits, I've had them give me red meat. Even they're running out of food? Yeah, well, that's one of the things, is during the winter, the animals end up having lower food, and you have lower food opportunities. That's the whole survival aspect of it, where you gotta do a bunch of prep. We did go into our winter with a lot of flour, and we're on the last teeny tiny bit. Oh, turnips. I realize I don't have inventory space for any of that. Alright, so we're gonna do that again. That's probably exactly what I did last time, too. Okay, so that'll open up another inventory spot. No, it won't, because I... what's getting tossed? Spear. Well, I'm right about to go underground, so I think we'll just accept that for right now. Because this will use a little extra hunger. How much longer are you good for? 4 days. So we're right about to go underground, so the extra hunger from holding this in my hand, I'm not super worried about. It's gonna be like just a couple of bars tops. Because where we've been trying to find magnetite, which is iron, is over here. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And so we got an area that has a decent chance of magnetite. And we've just been tearing it up more and more, and we just haven't successfully retrieved it. Okay, so I'm too far south now. I just need to go east. That's a quote. What was that I just heard? Okay. I thought I heard buzz buzz. I was like, I shouldn't hear that in winter. Where's this thing? Okay, it's straight east of me. Yeah, sorry. I normally update the mod commands. I've been bad about updating this one. We're running very, very close to vanilla. I've got 2 UI mods, and then I've got the Napster mod. And the Napster mod is just when you go to nap stuff, instead of having to sit there and like click on every individual box here by hand. Instead, what it does, you can click and hold it. It will just like tick one by one till it's done. And that's just because after making your, I can't tell you how many axe heads or whatever, you really don't want to click on it. Okay. And this is where we drop in, where it's going to need the torch anyways. So, activity high today. Wait, what am I doing? We were going to add stairs. This is the perfect time to deal with this. Yeah, exactly. I've got the stairs on me. I just need to physically use them. So what we do here is first I gotta kit those up, so when I mine that, it doesn't cave in immediately. Alright, so this is gonna be a 2-step thing. Step 1, make this one taller. Step 2, put the stairs in. Okay, and that just opened up an inventory slot because we broke that pickaxe. We love Napster. So helpful. Not massively changing, but really useful. Yeah, that's one of those ones that I consider an accessibility kind of mod, because it doesn't really change like player success or anything like that. It's just one of those things that you've got something that is a fairly laborious task so far as clicks go, and it streamlines it. Okay. Alright, so what we'll do is when we get down here, before I worry about trying to mine and locate everything, we're just going to turn around and put the stairs in. That way when it's time to leave, it's not a whole big hassle. Okay. Trying to think of what else I would want to use the Ah, right. So that one's a bit taller because of this. Change of plan, change of plan. We got... So the problem is, it's hard for me to go down there quickly. I guess his people needed him. Okay. That's gonna be really cheesy to change the settings to default. You think it's a hand saver. Yeah, no, I did hear that people could, like, bump it up to do, like, blocks of 3 at a time, 5 at a time, so you can just, like, click and very quickly pop it up. And I imagine there's probably other things I'm blissfully unaware of, because I am still very new to the game. Okay, so now we go plop, plop, plop. Okay, so leaving this place from now on will be way less of a pain. Alright. So we'll chuck that in the ground. You can go up to 8 voxels at a time as I increase the speed for things like hose and all that. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I'm not doing anything that. Literally, I'm just using it for, like, the blacksmithing kind of stuff. And all that. Alright, cool. So let's go and drop you into my inventory down there. Yeah, so we're still banging our heads on the ceiling a little bit on the way down. It's not as bad, but at least going up, I don't have to sit here and hit space every 2 seconds to try and climb. But what we will do is we're going to go ahead and make our little kitty door. When we get to the bottom here. Okay, so thank you for dropping those arrows. Alright, so... I want to quickly get over here. A couple of tiles. Enough that our search shouldn't be overlapping the other one. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's go 2 more. And then do our survey. No ore nearby. So now I turn this way, because most of this ore I'm looking for is actually... Wait, what? Oh no, I need it to actually be this way. Alright, so this whole path is the wrong direction. We can ignore that. That didn't happen. This path, it's It's not real. It can't hurt us. Actually, I wanted that. Give me this back. That path's not real. It can't hurt us. So what I want to do is take this one and go like 12 tiles over. And then turn north and start hunting. All right. Did you bring clay for making floors? Oh, I'm not going to make floors. Instead, we already put down all the stairs. That was the whole thing for the stairs, was just to go up that way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Cool. So we'll go here, survey that spot. No ore nearby. Now we turn this way. I'll grab you, make another wall. Okay. I really wish I'd free up one more inventory spot there. I don't really want to get rid of anything. Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then 6. I also just noticed the time, but that's okay. We'll go a little bit longer. Alright, so we got some bismonite to spare. That's not what we're here for. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then we survey again. Small amount of bismonite. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all right. Honestly, it's probably work easier this way. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, yeah, we can just do it that way. Where we just smack up against the wall, and I keep mining till it's out of range. And then do this. It'll be slightly less efficient than I need, but that's fine. Well, not that I need. It'll be slightly less efficient, so no ore detected that time. Yeah, so basically we're just working our way to the north. What I should probably also do is take our mini-map, switch you back to looking for magnetite. Yeah, so all those dots you see there, we detect that magnetite can be here, which is why we're all over the place here. It's a decent amount, so it's not great, but it's the best we've found. That's a lot of surveying. Is it a 3x3 search area or is it a 6x6x6? I believe the default from what I've seen is 6x6x6. So technically I should be able to go 12 and discover things, but it's a little annoying to try to measure 12 without having to sit there and just keep counting again and again. I was kind of using where we got the stack of ore to do it, but now that I can't see it on my bar because my inventory is full, I'm just going with it. Alright, so we'll go for another set. I mean, actually, I take that back. It wouldn't be hard. What I can do is I can mine to my maximum length here, then fill this in, mine to our maximum length the second time, and that should put us at about 10. So then when I mine the block in front of me, then that would be at 11, which is almost perfect. Alright. So let's go ahead and do this. But yeah, so we've been down here desperately seeking the iron. Because they made our bloomery. Oh wait, wasn't it the bloomery I also needed for glass? Or was that something else? Because then it would also be a thing that when we go back, it could take the time to process quartz into glass as well. I think it might have been something else. Alright. Trace amounts. I'm low-key hoping that when we do eventually find this, at least it'll be like a really big vein. That is one of the nice things about this game. Wait, can I reset? One of the nice things about this game versus Minecraft is like Minecraft, you look forever and you go, oh cool, I found like 5 or 6 nodes of iron. Nice. Or oh hey, I got 4 nodes of diamond. Heck yeah. And then this one, it's like, you hit an area, and you pull up literally like 8 or 9 stacks of ore. Like just, that's probably exaggeration, like 5 stacks of ore. And you're like, heck yeah. Alright, so I'm gonna go this spot and then one more length, and then we're gonna have to turn back because of sanity. Alright, no problem, Treacle. Yeah, we probably won't be going too much longer. Most likely what I'm gonna do is once we're done with this, this quick little bout right here, I'm gonna head up top and then probably make my way back to the house, and that'll probably be it for tonight because I didn't realize the time. I'm already past, you know, when I normally wrap. I mean, that's fine, you know. It's always good to go a little bit longer when you have a big raid and all that, especially today. Like, I had a crash a couple hours into stream from the other game we were playing, and that definitely took the wind out of the sails a little bit there. Okay, so the walls are getting trippy. That's the game telling me it's time to go. That's what you want to see. When it's time to get out, we can just get out. Yep. That's taking damage due to loss of sanity. Okay, grab another soup. Unfortunately, it just takes a while to recover your sanity. Which makes sense. I do think it's good that it's, like, sticky and that it takes a little bit to go up and down. Let's go ahead and switch you back to everything. That way, if I find myself running through an area that I haven't really surveyed yet, we can just survey. Get a feel for what's there. Yeah, let's just run back. All right. It's so, like, your sanity recovers at a reasonably good speed when you get away from places of low stability. Still just takes time. Alright, so this is exactly where we're running through when we first got raided, and I dunked ourselves into the water and put out the torch. This time I do have a spare. So if we do accidentally put out the torch, I just got to get myself up to land and then switch our torches out. Light, place and light the torch and then, get it back in the inventory, that whole thing. Do the shuffle. Alright, we got another spot we had already checked out. Now, the real bad thing would be if we're on our way home and I run to a moose and it murders us. Because then they'll delay me being able to stop because I'll want to grab all that before I wrap. Or I'll just forget about it and we'll lose everything in my inventory. Okay. Okay, so it definitely seems like over here to the east is where I should go when it's spring and I'm ready for chickens. Because there definitely is a lot of chickens running around in this area. Okay. And that was one of our previous return trips. I was right over there to the west. And exactly that happened. I was climbing up a hill and a moose just came up behind me. And I got a good couple hits in it, but I could barely see what I was doing because it was like right on top of me. And then I died. I eventually went back and we did kill a moose there. Using up the last of our ranged ammo. But if there's more, I've got spears on me, and we actually are holding a decent amount. Which I completely forgot you could even make those for throwing. I'd gotten so accustomed just using the bow. Sorry, little bunny. You're made out of food. Okay, so we got that. We'll stack those. So we got some more red meat. Okay, so we go over here, we'll be in a good position for doing another quick survey. Because I've not surveyed anywhere near there, so we have no idea what ore's in this area. Or has the potential to be in this area. Alright, let's just get out of these trees real fast. Okay. Take a little peek down here. So I've got one. Of course, it's down below us a bit. That's fine. And then that'll be two. Because this is how you end up finding ore in the game, is you kind of, you do this thing here, which is your long-range survey. And what it'll tell you is like, okay, in this general area, limonite is got a higher quantity than usual. Galenia, which is lead, has a very poor amount. And then cassiterite has a minuscule amount. So that would mean if I was looking for the limonite, this is not a bad place to look. If I'm looking for the other two, they technically could be present, but you're probably better off hunting more. Is Vintage Story worth the investment? Do you mean buying it or playing it? Because I'm very much enjoying it. And it wasn't an expensive game. You found a vein of bountiful hematite that's so big you broke your bronze black pickaxe with lots to go. Even using copper pickaxe to get the hematite parts. You have 3 crates full of nuggets. Yeah, and that definitely was one of the things, is I do like that this game, the ore is way harder to find initially, but when you find a vein, you find a vein. Like, it isn't something you're just gonna knock out in 2 seconds and be like, oh, okay. You get a good stack to take care of you for a while. Unless you're doing, like, a major project. And so I find that a lot more satisfactory than, like, in Minecraft, where you dig down, you're gonna find iron. It's a given. What am I seeing on this wall? It's fine. Oh, I'm just probably seeing the blizzard dropping stuff down. Okay. So we can drop... let's see. Drop you in there. Right now, drop the meat in here. That'll keep it for 2 weeks. Drop the turnip in here. That'll keep it for a while. I got a bunch of stuff we can deal with there. Take that on my hands so we're not wasting it. So is the reason developers made as their own game versus a Minecraft mod? So originally it was a Minecraft mod. My understanding is they started brushing up into issues where being a Minecraft mod as opposed to its own standalone thing, they were running into pain points, and so ultimately decided to go with switching to being a standalone thing to work around that. Alright, so let's go over here and grab the hammer, because in its earlier iteration, apparently it was a Minecraft mod under a different name that then went off to do its own thing after a while. Which, to be fair, there's like a lot of stuff they've expanded on. Yeah, no, at one point I believe it was just straight up a Minecraft mod. Alright, so I'm gonna need another crate. And the crate requires a bunch of this. Yep, can we get a shout out for Tholar, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. And another person I recommend checking out. Does a lot of fun stuff over there. Where's my saw? Make a stack of 2 crates. Grab you. Tuck the saw on the wall. And we'll need to drop the planks in their box. Okay, so we are starting to... Yeah, also, again, check out Thorlar. Absolutely fantastic content creator. 100% recommend. I see. I'm gonna have difficulty stacking those up. Oh, don't do that. That's cursed. You have problem stacking those without a wall behind it. Alright. So drop you in there. Get you out of my bar so it's not as annoying to try and move all this. Okay. Grabbing all of that ore and chucking it, or not ore, it's not ore, the stone. Grabbing all that stone and chucking into the boxes as much as we can. Okay, I've officially reached 2 completely full boxes of andesite. What all can I use you for? So I can use that for making the stone paths, which is what I've been primarily using it. You can use it for cobblestone, which unfortunately does require clay, so that's not really great use. And I can make it into a whole lot of spearheads and all that. That is literally over 2,500 spearheads and all that we would potentially be able to make. Which is genuinely... Oh, put that back. I don't want that. And thank you, Treacle, for giving the tier 1 sub to Tholar. So Tholar, you now have yourself some nice advertising viewing, whether you want it or not. So thank you, Treacle, for so much for that support. I really do appreciate it. It means a whole heck of a lot. Okay, so we got those ones all just finished. So I've got these 2 soaked leather. We can make it scraped leather. And so with the scraped leather, I need one of these with some decent amount of weak tannin in it. A decent amount of weak tannin is not something it looks like we're going to be getting. So I can get that one done. Chuck you in there. Grab that rawhide out. How much diluted borax do I have? Not enough. I've got strong tannin in there. If I had a prepared hide, which I do not. That's a lie, I do. So I can go into the... Let's actually grab the bucket. And consolidate those. Alright, so I need to make more diluted borax. So you can keep processing leather. But that's fine. That'll stay for a while. Drop those in. Those will stay for a while. We're all good with all that junk. Thor was like singing the praises of Treacle and Treacle being nice before it can get that far. Yep. Nah, Treacle's fantastic. Alright, and we got a little bit of bread sitting in our inventory. Let's drop off these bowls. And we are officially in March. So my hope is the winter will soon end. I don't know when winter ends in this game, but most temperate climates that experience the 4 seasons, it's like March, April, May is when you officially become spring, end of March and all that. But that does mean you should start having your temperatures coming up in March. Well, the funny thing is you actually have a lifetime ad-free viewing on Twitch. They gave it to you as a gift for being an admin at one point. Oh, neat. That's cool. Now, with that all said, chat, it's still snowing outside. It's still minus 9 degrees Celsius or 16 degrees Fahrenheit, whatever your preference on units is. So it is still expletive cold outside. Enough that our greenhouse is a big bunch of sad that I keep putting effort into it. And, you know, it's below freezing, so stuff is not exactly growing well. You like Celsius because it's useful. You know, at least metric makes a lot more sense. Okay. So, we got all that set up. But, chat, it is going to be that time, because I need to get wrapped up for the night. But I do hope everyone's enjoyed the stream. We played a whole bunch of Campus Life earlier on. That was fun up into the part where it crashed OBS. And then we moved on to Vintage Story, and Vintage Story has been just a lot of fun. You still struggle to understand why Fahrenheit is a thing. It just seems fair and fetched. Excellent. Celsius doesn't make sense. -0 is freezing water. 100 is boiling. Well, the one you usually hear is that Celsius is the way water experiences temperature. Fahrenheit is the way that people experience temperature. I understand this is because of being adjusted to it and all that. But the units being larger in the sense of like full numbers and all that, temperatures mattering. it can be there. And then Kelvin is how the universe experiences temperature. With all that said, what I'm going to head and do is if you're watching over on YouTube, the stream will be dropping abruptly for you because I don't have a host ready over there. But for everyone over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen. If you have enjoyed tonight's content, all right, well, I forgot